Okay, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the ever popular Brown and Brown show for today, the 29th day of April 2023. Good afternoon to you wherever you are, especially if you're in the Point and Villa community and by extension Antigua Barbuda. Good afternoon to all. To our transplanted Antiguans and Barbudans near and far throughout the entire diaspora, good afternoon to you as well. Let me go straight ahead and say good afternoon to the housewives of Point FM and to all our listeners in the neighboring islands. Good afternoon to you. For those of you joining us for the first time, welcome aboard. Welcome to the Brown and Brown Show. Prime Minister Brown is in studio with me. My name is Colin O'Neill, my technician on board this afternoon, and we're going into the night time, I'm sure of that, because we have a number of things that we have to discuss here. So Prime Minister Brown is here. For those of you following us on Facebook, again, the Housewives of Point FM and a number of other persons there, we thank you so much for getting tuned and locked to this radio station. It's a fantastic afternoon here in Antigua and Barbuda, and showers of blessings, of course, and I'm sure the farmers are happy about the rain that we have been getting. Farmer Brown, we've been getting some rain, Prime Minister, and I want to play this, Mr. Prime Minister, just a little bit of motivation here.
Oh, you don't want to introduce me first?
Good afternoon to you, sir. Good afternoon to you, sir.
A special good afternoon to you,
I have
Senator.
been out of the studio
and
for
welcome
quite
back. I recognize.
Yes.
But I understand you blazing the trail as usual. Somebody
yes.
told me you put some licks on decrepit Bruce.
Oh, my.
Couldn't catch himself after that. You think he'll be back and observe after that?
I don't think he's going to go back right now. Because I have the second portion.
Yeah, the second portion.
Yes,
oh,
yes.
my grief. In any case, I just want to extend a special good afternoon to you, Senator, Jupiter, all of the listeners and viewers, the viewers on Facebook Live, the Antiguans and Barbudans in the diaspora, beautiful people of Point and Villa, Queen Mer, and Peace asked me to make sure I shout her out today. And Princess Peace.
Yes.
Well, I better include Prince. He may start to get jealous.
I see a number of things that Princess Peace has been doing. And Prince as well, yes.
Wishing you all much love and blessings.
Now, Prime Minister, I was rushing into this motivational piece that I want to play.
By the way, that was sent to me by none other than Sir Maclean Emmanuel. And I thought it was quite instructive, speaking about the three monks. And one representing love, the other two representing wealth and success, respectively. And, I hope our listeners will listen keenly. I think there's a very powerful message there.
Okay. So, Jupiter, could you play that for us, please, if you don't mind?
In a small house with her husband and two children. One day she saw that three monks were sitting in front of her house. She did not recognize them. The woman came out of her house and she said, "I don't think I know you, but you must be hungry. Please come in and have something to eat." The three monks replied, "Yes, we are hungry, but we have a rule that we do not go into a house together." The woman was a little surprised to hear that. She asked them to explain, "Why don't you go into a house together?" One of the monks explained. He said, pointing to one of his fellow monks, "His name is Wealth," and said, pointing to another one, "He's Success, and I am Love. We don't go to any house together. Now go inside and discuss with your family which one of us you want in your home." The woman went in and told her husband what was said by the monk. Her husband was overjoyed listening to her. "How nice," he said. "If that is the case, then let us invite Wealth. Let him come and fill our home with wealth," he said happily. But his wife disagreed. She said, "My dear, why don't we invite Success? If Success comes in our house, then money will also come automatically, because if you get Success, you will get money too." But the husband wanted money in their home. The wife wanted Success. Then their 10-year-old daughter said, "Mom and Dad, why don't you invite Love into our house? Because if Love comes to our house, then we all will have love and affection for each other, and we will live together with love." The husband and wife liked the suggestion of their daughter. The woman came out and asked the three monks, "Which one of you is Love? Please come in and be our guest." Love got up and started walking toward the house. As soon as love got up and started going inside, success also got up and started following love. As soon as success got up and started following love, wealth also got up and started following success. The lady asked wealth and success in surprise, "I only invited love. Then why are you coming in?" The three monks replied together, "If you had invited wealth and success, the other two of us would have stayed out. But since you invited love, we have to follow him. Wherever he goes, we go with him. Because wherever there is love, there is also success and wealth." There is a very deep message hidden in this story. If that woman had greedily invited money or success to her house, then she would have been deprived of the other two. But the husband and wife put aside greed and invited love to their home, and behind love also came success and wealth. This shows that when we do something with pleasure, we get success, and ultimately we get wealth too. But if we will run after money, we will not get success or money. Never do any work by getting greedy and trying to chase money. Instead, chase your passion, and success and wealth will follow you. You may want to share this with your friends. Thank you for watching. Please give it a like and a follow for more content like this. Your support helps us.
That runs deep.
Yeah, very insightful.
Profound.
So, success and wealth, they follow love. But love does not follow success and wealth. And if you go at the other side of the coin, if you are involved in hatred, then obviously you cannot enjoy success and wealth.
They both go hand in hand.
Precisely.
Yeah.
So those who are encouraging, their family members, their children, their grandchildren to hate, that is self-destructing. And I'm sure most of us would have had experiences in our life in which, we do things that, we may have a passion for. You may not have intended to generate any wealth from it. Then after a period of time, you recognize that wealth has been generated. And, I would say that my farm, as an example, is a testimony to that type of success. I've tried for several years to engage in farming, would have funded a number of farmers, and just by giving them the cash, no involvement, and they all failed over the years. In fact, Comrade Melford Nicholas and I were part of a cooperative, farmers cooperative, himself, me, the late Les Roy Merchant, and many others. And it failed. At one point, I used to subscribe and pay $500 every month to assist them with their cash flow. And several other private farmers whose name I would not want to call, but for some reason, they all failed. As you're aware, a couple of years ago, I decided to invest directly in a farm up at Pierce. I got a lot of ridicule for it, but I stood my ground. At one point, too, I contemplated divesting myself completely of it. I did do a form of divestment, but that was to attract additional capital, and that is why I invited Dr. Lay to literally take over the operations. He's really the key man there who's running the operations right now, and he brought a significant amount of capital, which helped us to take the farm to the next level. But for me, the farm has been, a labor of love. I never contemplated any possibility of us even making any money from it. But the way in which the farm is performing, it is possible that we could make a significant amount of money in the future from this farm. So, for example, this month alone, we would have harvested just under 10,000 pounds of produce. I want to repeat, this month alone, in April, we have harvested in the region of 10,000 pounds of produce.
Okay, I've seen the melons, and I'm surprised that you walked in here, and Jupiter and I sitting down here, we're waiting on our melons as well. But we saw the melons. What else do you have? You have sweet potatoes?
No, we don't have any sweet potatoes currently. We have a lot of pumpkins. We have thousands of pounds of pumpkins, melons. We have corn. We have okras.
Eggplants.
Those are things that are available at this point. Eggplants, yeah. So we have a number of crops, and they all have done very well. It's really Dr. Lay, even though I have these pictures, I mean, generally speaking, I don't have produce around me. What will happen? You know, he will send me a melon, then I have to cut it up in maybe 12
Several
different pieces
yeah.
to take care of every, you know, all of the fans who want to taste a piece of the melon, or you know, they want a piece of pumpkin or something. So I don't normally, you know, carry a significant amount of stock. And my understanding is that they have a number of vendors who they sell the produce to. You know, we have the largest hydroponic facility on the island too, currently, and that's producing the lettuce, all of the leafy vegetables. So, you know, the farm is turning out to be a resounding success. But what surprised us, though, are the pigs. Now, I know you're not into pork.
No.
But we started last September with just over 30 pigs. And we have about 300 right now.
I want to believe it's more, you know. I want to believe it's more.
Well, it's going to be more.
Almost every day you are posting pictures of these piglets.
It's going to be more because we have at least another 9 that are pregnant and about to give birth. So we may get up to about 400 pigs. And we suspect that by the end of the year, we will have over 1,000 pigs. And by next year this time, we should have about 2,000 pigs. And that's no exaggeration.
Wow.
So, you know, something that, you know, we expected to be just a small scale, you know, pig house. We have to be building extra pig houses now. And I'm calling them pens because these facilities with water, so they have the nozzles and so on. They drink directly from the nozzles. And, you know, they are decent accommodation for pigs. They're very clean. We make sure that we maintain the sanitary and phytosanitary conditions equivalent to that of international standards. And we have actually culled a few of the pigs already. Quality of the meat is excellent.
I see you seasoning up something there as well.
So as you know, Maria and I celebrated our 10th anniversary last Monday. And, you know, I got some fresh pork and marinated it in, what do you call it, jerk seasoning, grilled it. And I want to tell you, we had a most exciting meal. There were some lobsters and so on there too. And we had grilled potatoes, onions and so on. And it was really nice, all grilled stuff. So for me, it is extremely exciting, literally eating what you grow. The fact that you have a hand in it or you may be investing in it, it creates, I'd say, an attachment, a form of love, and you appreciate eating, you know, what you grow. So I'm saying this to encourage others, you know, to do likewise, to grow their food. You know, years ago, I recall when we had this issue with some criminals who were hotting up the place, and we had a fair bit of homicides, that 3 of them actually succumbed. Well, 2 were killed on the spot, and 1 succumbed to his injuries as a result of the police having to take them out because they were firing shots at the police. I remember saying to those youth who were inclined to pursue a life of crime and violence that, you know, they'd be better off, you know, growing some pigs, you know, raising some animals, chickens, even burning coal.
Coal, yeah. I remember that.
I want to tell you, boy, I got some licks for years, especially on that Observer Radio.
Oh, yes, I remember.
But the irony about it is that now that I am, you know, rearing my own pigs, it's a problem for them. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, it is. It is
so, I mean, Comrade Samantha Marshall told me recently that there's a gentleman who said to her, "What the Prime Minister do with all them pigs? What you all them pigs for?" So she asked him if he wants to determine how I invest my money. He said, "Minake, you're not supposed to have all them pigs." Now, interestingly, we import on an annual basis the equivalent of 14,000 pigs per year. And the total value of the imports is in the region of $24 million annually. We do not produce 1 million EC dollars annually in pork. So there's a deficit of at least 23 million that is going external of Antigua and Barbuda to import pork, different cuts of pork. And so the point I'm making here, if we have pigs and we decide to sell pigs or pig meat, pork locally, we're not competing with the domestic farmers. we're competing with imports. And that is the point that I've been trying to make from time to time, that there'll be no impact on the domestic farmers, on those involved in animal husbandry, because we cannot meet the demand. We have a food import bill of hundreds of $millions every year. Now we have to close that in order to achieve some form of food security. And that is why, we're pressing on to make our contribution to food security and to be an example for others, and also to help to attract more investments to the sector. Plenty of people in Antigua have money. We said to the people of Antigua and Barbuda that savings, the ordinary savings in this country, increased by $145 million in 2022. So money's there. But most people prefer other investments, and, you can't fault them. But I think agriculture is an area, and it requires significant investment in order to make a profit. I mean, if you're going to do it for, let's say, subsistence, then clearly there's no profit in subsistence farming. But if you have individuals who are serious about investing heavily in agriculture, they can make a profit because the market is there. It's a ready-made market. Now, if, for example, we get up to 2,000 pigs next year, and we, let's say, cull maybe 1,000 of them annually, 1,000, and each pig weighing between 250, 300 pounds, or let's say 300 pounds, because we have pigs that are over 400 pounds. So 300 pounds by 1,000, that's 300,000. Am I correct? And let me see if I have this right. Yeah, 300,000. And let's say $8. That's what, $2.4 million.
$2.4 easily.
Yeah, I mean, the food for that may run you maybe about, or for those pigs could run you maybe, let's say $200,000. And between water, taking care of the animals, you can even say 500,000. So you can make a net of about $1.92 million easily, and again, these are easy profits that could be made. So I'm sharing these insights so that others can enter the market. I mean, I'm not trying to keep it a secret, because ultimately what we're trying to do here is to achieve some level of food security within the country. Antigua and Barbuda is one of the most food insecure countries in the entire world. I don't know if you're all aware of that. And that in itself adds to the vulnerability of the country. So if we end up with another, let's say, pandemic or any form of disruption, it could be war, for example, that results in the food boats or food ships, vessels, ceasing operations in Antigua and Barbuda for any period of time, even for a month. We'll literally starve in this country because we're not producing enough food to feed ourselves. So it's a very serious issue. And it's an issue that I've taken seriously and would have decided to lead from the front, notwithstanding, the criticisms. And again, the motivation here is not about money. It's also fun. We have a little farmhouse that we stay at. It comprises or built from used containers, those 40-foot containers. And so we have our little farm villa, which really is, a couple of containers. Well, 3 containers to be precise, 3 40-foot containers. And we made sure that we use a lot of recycled stuff. So even the tiling and so on, we took broken tiles, some veg, and other hardware stores and used them. The little pattern with the broken tiles.
Yes.
So it didn't cost us that much, I mean.
Very decorative.
But very decorative indeed.
Yes.
And, you go on the farm, like 2 Saturdays ago, and I see Jupiter has a video there. We left our home, even peace in the nightie and so on. Didn't even bathe. I went up there to feed the pigs. And it's fun. You may want to play the little video there with Peace and Prince. So it's not just about money, it's about engagement, it's loving what you're doing and, having fun. So that's me trying to grab a particular one there. Trying to get those out of the way. There you go.
Let's go.
Yeah, those were taken from their mothers, and but they weren't fully developed, so they continue to feed them with milk. And that's a great piece.
Yeah, let's put it down. Let's put it down. Stoop down. Stoop down. Don't sit down. Stoop. Yeah. Hold up the bottle so you can get the
Hold up the bottle, please.
take a video.
Peasy, what are you doing?
I'm feeding the pig.
Oh, and what are you feeding it with?
It's her milk.
Oh.
She's so cute. Yeah, she's so
Hold it, Peace, hold it. Oh, Peace, I told you to hold it.
Be serious about a pig, you know. We
realize.
went there once, yeah, and she saw a nice brown and pink one. And she said, Mommy, come, look at this pig. And after she said, I want that pig. I'm not living without that pig. So we had to take the pig home, you know. You may have a picture of the pig. Peppo.
That's the name?
Yeah, Peppo.
Peppo.
Peppo. Yeah, that's Peppo. So Peppo was a pet by us for a little while, but we had an unfortunate situation. We left last Sunday to go to Royal Antigua Sunday morning to have some fun with our children at Royal and to celebrate Maria's birthday and our anniversary. And the pig stayed out all day in the sun and died of exhaustion.
Wow.
Yeah, so we had an unfortunate situation. So we had big crying in the family as a result of the passing of Peppo.
You cried too?
No. But Prince cried and Peace was, oh my, I'm so sad for Peppo. So look, all I'm saying here, look, all this bitterness in the society, it's unnecessary. And what other people don't recognize is that they're hurting themselves, they're hurting their family members. I'll give a typical example. We had this tree planting exercise at Villa Primary School. And it's a program that's sponsored by the European Union and to establish some outdoor classes under the trees. You know, in the past, because we didn't have adequate facilities,
We used to do that.
having a class outside was never a problem. Nobody ever fussed about it.
No.
Then all of a sudden we became so sophisticated that our people started to fuss about outdoor learning. Oh, we don't have enough classrooms. We have to have classes on our tree, which is quite exciting. So here's a situation now in which there's now a deliberate strategy in which we are establishing these outdoor classes on the trees at Villa Primary and Potters to start, and we hope to replicate it right throughout the school system because we know that outdoor learning is a healthy environment.
It is.
In many instances, these air-conditioned offices, they give rise to what do you call it? That are affecting everybody now in the public sector. Mold. So when you're outdoor, in fact, if we could have Point FM maybe under the big tree there, it may make sense, If we can have a little setup outdoor.
Outdoor?
Yeah, because it's cleaner, fresher air than what we're breathing here. And when you look in the offices and so on, in a school environment in which you have maybe 30 individuals in a room or more, clearly, the quality of the air is not as good compared to if it's outdoor. So we're now going back to basics.
Yes.
And establishing these outdoor facilities. Thank you. Although I don't think I'm here now. Sorry. Okay. Hi. Okay, good.
Yeah.
So, as I said, we're now establishing these outdoor facilities, and we're also greening the schools. As you know, we have set an objective to produce at least 1 million plants annually. And we'll be mobilizing the entire school population to plant more trees, especially on the various school compounds, community parks, and so on. Even at Villa Park, our people will observe that we have put in a number of trees, palm trees, and so on recently. And hoping that members of the community can help to water them, and even those who use the field, and the football players, the cricket players, and so on, that they can help to water these plants in order to sustain them. But the point I'm making is that, I was greeted by all of the students, and they're all shouting and they're excited to see me. But there was one particular little girl, about 4 years old, who was very bitter. And I thought she was having a bad day. And, she was, I'd say, rude. And afterwards, when I was about to leave, the teacher came to me and said to me, do you know who that young girl is? I said, no. But she said, she's from Booby Alley. So when she said Booby Alley, then I started to click. She said, yes, she obviously has been taught to hate you. And that is what you just experienced. Now, a few other teachers are there, and we spoke for a little while, and they said that they are seeing a situation in which these behavioral problems that would have started at home, they're bringing the issues at school. And some of these students are becoming unmanageable because of these behavioral problems. So instead of some of our, let's say, people concentrate on, instilling sound values in the children and so on, they get them involved in all sorts of, let's say, bitter issues. I mean, issues that could not aid the development. They do not spend time, regulating their conduct. If anything, they're exposing them to bitterness and to hatred.
If she's about 4 years old, obviously she has to be picking up that from the environment itself.
That's the point. That is a toxic environment that is existing in certain homes in this country. And some of it is politically driven. And by the way, that's just my constituency alone. But the point I'm making here is not about the negativity in terms of the political attacks, but the damage that they're doing to themselves, the children and the grandchildren. So if, for example, whenever they see a particular politician, maybe on the media and on the television, for example, and they don't like the person, and they chops and have a lot of negative remarks, then what do you think can happen to the little children growing up? That's the point. So they're creating this toxic culture within their homes, which is actually undermining the behavior of their own children. And what I'm saying here is that, look, we can have our political differences, but it doesn't mean that we should not love each other. And as the book good says, love, faith, charity, the greatest of them all is love. So those who are promoting this type of anger and bitterness, what they're doing, they're literally destroying the social fabric of the society. They are destroying themselves to start with. They're destroying their homes. I'm sufficiently mature, for example, and my colleagues, all of us in the cabinet, to understand that no matter what they say, that we're going to continue to advance. We will look after our family members. We'll make sure we instill good values in them because we understand it is politics. But there are many others, especially those who have an impressionable mind, who don't understand the game of politics, and you have to protect them from that type of negativity.
Yes.
If you instill it in them in an early age, then anything that goes wrong with them, they can't deal with conflicts. They become confrontational, they become rude, and you find too that they're easily distracted because they get offended by anything. So even seeing somebody who maybe the parent may not like becomes a problem for them when they should be concentrating exclusively on enjoying themselves as children, and to love each other. So I'm sharing these insights for the benefit of all of our people to understand that there's no value in hating. We could have our differences, we could attack each other, but at the end of the day, the hatred, we should not allow hatred to take root in this country. The consequences in the future will be monumental, and it is the purveyors of hatred who ultimately will suffer because they themselves, they're so busy hating and, perhaps trying to pick up all of the negativity out there, that they scan all the radio stations, they pick up all the gossips, they're on all the websites. If you're spending your entire day engaging in that kind of negativity, what amount of time would you have for your family, for your children, for your grandchildren, for yourself, your own self-development, for your own enjoyment, to ensure that you have a good life? And let me make the point here to all Antiguans and Barbudans. We're all here for a temporary period.
Yes.
And if you waste your life or half of your life or decades of your life mired in negativity, then that can't be a good quality of life. And you don't have to be wealthy to have a good life. I think that life is primarily about activism, doing exciting things. Even if you're poor, taking your children to the beach and have a little picnic, even if you like a bread and cheese and sit under a tree and have fun, they will remember it. It's about creating positive memories. So whereas some of them sitting down home all day, all night, calling in, wasting their little money on on telecoms, all these calls that they have to make on Observer Radio and so on, and Crusader. Save your money and invest in your children. I would have made a point recently at the Abisso concert that I have great admiration for parents who invest heavily in their children, because by so doing, the likelihood of success is far greater than if you neglect your children. And having strong families obviously would help to build a strong nation. When I looked at the Kanye Mason family, for example, 7 children, Mr. and Mrs. Mason, Mr. and Mrs. Kanye Mason. They have 7 children. All of them are musically endowed. They're professional musicians. And all of them are well-cultured, beautiful children. Now, it is difficult to raise a single child and to get success, much as I get 7 out of 7. And I thought that, they're just the quintessential parents in terms of the success. So I think individuals like them could be, let's say an example for all of us to raise better children. And I want to make the point here, too. I think a lot of Antiguans and Barbudans may have missed the investments that we are making. I'm satisfied that we continue to grow in our development as Antiguans and Barbudans. But if we're going to become truly globally competitive, we have to improve the quality of human resources in this country.
Correct.
And I'm not saying this in any pejorative way. But when we would have gone the extra mile to spend $30 million annually in scholarships, to establish a university here so we can make university education accessible practically to all. Spend another 15, you may get up to about $20 million to build out the Abyss facility so that those who are not academically inclined can get some form of technical and vocational training.
Yes.
And in addition to that, we have also, as you know, started the build-out of early childhood facilities. There's a one in Buckley's, and there are 4 more to be constructed this year. One at Villa Primary School and 3 other sites throughout the country. And we intend to build them, especially in the poorer communities, so that this gap between the haves and have-nots, that we'll eliminate that, and that every single family, every single child for that matter, will have access to good early childhood facilities in terms of closing that gap. Because I would have said on this program on several occasions that in this community, for example, we have one of the highest levels of dropouts. And I noticed that it had to do with the fact that many of them had no early childhood exposure. Let's say their foundation was extremely weak to start. Part of it had to do with poverty. The parents had no money to send them to preschool. There's no public preschool. They stay at home. They learn bad habits. And by the time we would have found out who they are, get to know them, the character would have already formed. So you can see that building out this early childhood education infrastructure, strengthening our primary and secondary schools, creating the technical vocational facility as well as support for them to get scholarships to go abroad, and having the opportunity to go to university right here in Antigua, we're creating an infrastructure to ensure the advancement of our people, especially our youth. So when you look at those opportunities to increase the intellectual capital of our country, and you look at the growth and development that is taking place, the projects that we're attracting, the opportunities for them to get good careers going forward, I would say here that we're going to have a superior quality of people in the near future. Even Abisso as an example.
Yes.
Some people take it for granted, but it is well known that, the classical music is more complex than the other, let's say, genres of music that our people are exposed to. Playing those instruments are probably more complex too than some of the traditional instruments that we're exposed to. But what is good about it is that we're seeing literally a fusion with our traditional music,
Yes.
the calypsos, reggae, and so on, with using classical instruments, if we
Infused.
call that.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
And that is how you create value. So you'd recall Burning Flames utilizing the rhythm box and so on to create your new style of soca. And I see an opportunity here for us to use this and using artificial intelligence in particular, because as you know, we have a program at 5 Islands dealing with artificial intelligence in which we can use that to fuse classical music with our traditional music and come up with a completely new genre of music. Because at the end of the day, if we're going to be honest with ourselves, calypso, for example, is not as in demand. Is not in demand as much as, let's say, other forms of music, other genres of music. I don't want to use the word appealing.
Including reggae.
Because
I know where you're going.
No, if I use the word, it's not as appealing. Some people want to trash me. But if we're going to be honest with ourselves, it is not in great demand compared to other genres of music. So if we can create our new, let's say, style, you don't even necessarily want to say it's a completely new genre per se, using and experimenting with different types of music, different
Being
types
creative.
of instruments, then clearly that type of creativity will add value to the product and help us to create a product that could be exported.
Uniquely our own.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this is the type of framework that we're putting in place for the benefit of our people. So when we speak about next level, it's not a cliche. You look within the Eastern Caribbean and even further afield, and you tell me which country would have built out such a comprehensive educational infrastructure. From early childhood, right up to university, and even now partnering with Abisso. And I want to commend Karami Hill, Ambassador Karami, or High Commissioner Karami Hill, who has done an excellent job in putting that program together. And, Labour Party has taken ownership in the sense that it started on the Labour Party in 2017. It's now in its 5th year. But the person who really did yeoman's service, who raised funds and so on for that program and would have established it was, or is for that matter, Karami Hill. And I want to commend her. I understand that in a particular constituency, the people are calling for her.
Yes.
So it's going to be interesting. You say you put your hat in the ring too?
Not too yet. Not yet. I won't disclose yet.
I see. Well, may a better man or a better woman win.
Definitely. I've been getting some calls as well.
No worries.
Yes.
Good. So again, I'm just making a point here that, let us not allow the politics to allow us to get so embittered that we become hateful and destroy ourselves, destroy our family members. Let us learn to love our own. If you can't love your own, you can't love others, and love each other. I mean, recognizing too that at the end of the day, it requires a collective effort of all of us to advance the country. And this idea, for example, that because your party may not be in government, that you're not contributing to nation building, that is extremely backward looking. I mean, I recall I had to fight that type of behavior when I was in opposition. When I was doing the South Mall project, at that time, I think it was in 2007, we were in opposition. And I would have required over 20 acres of land in Jennings. Paid, I think it was $4.something million to it. And did this mall out in Jennings. And I recall members of the Labour Party ridiculing me. Oh, you're trying to make the UPP look good? I said, but what my investment has to do with UPP? I've been investing from the time I was a young man, about 21 years of age. And you want me to stop now? So I'm not unaccustomed to that type of ridicule. I recall, too, back in 1999, in 2000, a year after I got elected, I started this housing project at Painters. And the attack was, can you imagine? He just got in and he built a whole village. Thief of all government money. Now, I was the most junior minister, and I was minister of nothing practically. Minister of planning, which was really nothing. Had no opportunity whatsoever. I didn't have a proper ministry. Right at the bottom of the table. Was I sitting above Guy? I'm not even sure. Maybe the only person lower than me was Guy Haywood, my dear friend Guy. I stand corrected if I got it wrong. But I may have been placed ahead of it because I had won my seat and Guy had lost narrowly by a few votes. I think he lost by about 6 votes, something like that. And at that time, he wanted to count the so-called spoiled votes. And Lester may have done him a bad hand because Lester told him to leave it alone. But perhaps if there was a recount, Guy would have won his seat, the St. George seat. Again, I was saying that I'm accustomed to that type of ridicule. But you know what I noticed? With time and people recognize the truth, they change their behavior. So you have these very, what should I call these elements now? They are there are wicked elements in it because what is happening? They are exploiting the innocence of our people to some extent.
Yes.
And I have to admit, some of them, they're not quite innocent. Some of them, they just want to hear negativity and run with it. But I have to tell you, some of the younger ones, they just don't think. They hear it, they believe it,
They run with
it. But after a while, they come full circle and recognize that what was said is not true. So they will come back even to, in fact, you know what I'm experiencing now with the farm? The same people who used to curse me about the farm are now embracing it. They look, for example, at our, what do you call it? I think the avocado grove. We have some small avocado trees, yeah? They're probably about maybe
dwarf. 3
feet. Well, I don't think they're dwarf. I think they're going to be pretty big. But they're already bearing at 3 feet after 2 years, which is amazing.
2 years.
Yes. I mean, Jupiter has pictures there that he can show. The same
Avocado.
picture with the pigs and so on, you'll see one of them is the avocado trees, and they're growing pretty big. So we've been lucky, we've been blessed. But again, people eventually will understand what the truth is, and they'll come full circle and obviously just and endorse. So the truth, so lies only flourish for a while, And I'm saying this to say to all of us who have been ridiculed in this country that we need not worry, because at the end of the day, the truth will rise to the top.
Indeed.
And again, one thing I would want to say within the Antigua and Barbuda Labour Party, we should never hate or envy any, neither within nor without, and that we should continue to love each other as comrades and as Antiguans and Barbudans.
Indeed. That's quite a bit. Let me just note here that we're going to be joined momentarily. We have in studio right now, I have Comrade Donna Shire, also Comrade Lamin Newton. They're in studio with us here. At around 6:45 p.m. this evening, we'll be having a guest by the name of Seba. And she's going to be telling us about what's going to be happening on Monday for the big reggae show that is coming up over there in Dockyard. Yes, what is it called? Yes, a number of people have been waiting for this one. This was a big one, the reggae show. This lady is she's from One World Tour. She takes care of the artist experience and community coordinating and so forth from 723 Enterprise.
When is she coming in?
About 6:45.
Okay, can we take Tony Masterford now? 561-7711.
Yeah.
561-7711. He wants to talk about a few issues, the Veerbird, the third issue, as well as the Barbuda Council.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that would have been my next step.
And you know the other issue too that Tony can help us with? There's this call for an investigation into my conduct during the last general elections and ABEC's conduct, suggesting that there was voter padding in my constituency. Now, we will deal with that issue extensively, and I would have sent you a little chart there to show the registrations.
Analysis.
Yeah, I mean, those that, the percentage new registrants, the growth in the various constituencies, as well as the turnout. And I believe the point that I made was that I said that I did not seek to mobilize anyone in my constituency to register anybody. That people transferred out, and even the transferred inwards, I did nothing, because I felt that my colleagues in other constituencies would be more in need of those votes than I would. Now, at no point I ever said that I was involved in any illegal transfer in or out of any individual. We all know that there's a process, legal process for transfers, and Tony will go through that. In fact, ABEC would have published a release to that effect. And our political opponents, they know that too, that legally you can't just go and pick up people and transfer them. There's a process. Now, unless the process is compromised, then it is reasonably foolproof. I have to admit that we have at least one constituency in which the process was totally compromised, so that the Labour Party scrutiny had to be moved eventually. I'll get into that. Again, let me not get into any details, because we may have to have an investigation. I understand that the Free and Fair Election League, they asked for one. Bruce Goodwin, and other members of the UPP, Jackie Quinn and so on, well, they may well get it, because they well know. And the fact is, you would see from the registration records there that there was no padding in St. John City West. Now, if you're going to pad, you're going to pad for somebody as a pad for yourself. You understand? The point I was making, I didn't need to make the extra effort to mobilize. And let's look at it this way. In many instances, you have individuals who may have had, let's say, dual registration. So if you have two homes, you have the option of choosing which one. Now, if I was campaigning actively to get people registered in the constituency, and let's say Colin Brown, you had the opportunity to register in City West or in St. George, I'll make sure I use my influence and whatever influence I have to convince you to register in my area. But the point I was making, I had no interest in that because I didn't think that I needed to transfer anybody inwards. And when I say me transferring anybody's body inwards, utilizing the legal process of ABIC.
Somebody says, I'm glad that the Prime Minister is speaking about that, because why didn't they question Harold Lovell is registered in City East and he lives in Buckleys?
Exactly. And he doesn't live in City East even partially. So clearly, he ought to have known that he should have transferred to Buckleys, but he wanted to vote for himself, so he remained registered in City East. Now, one can question whether or not, as a lawyer, if he did not act inappropriately. And notice I'm not necessarily saying illegally, because I don't want to go as far as accusing him and for him to...
Doing something illegal.
No, to ask us to prove it. I mean, saying one thing and proving it is a different issue. But what I'll say here, I think it was improper of Harold Lovell, as an attorney who is familiar with the laws, to have remained registered in cities knowing that he was not living there. And he could not even say that he had a home there because the home that he once lived in was sold to his sister. So he has no ownership interest there. He doesn't stay there part-time or anything. He just conveniently left his registration in City East so that he could vote for himself. So, if anything, then that could have been construed as a padding of a single vote.
Well, let's hear.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes, of course. Let's hear what the legal mind in the person of Senior Counsel Anthony Tony Astaphan. Mr. Astaphan, good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon, Senator. Good afternoon, PM. Good afternoon to the others in the studio, Lamin and Donna, and everybody else.
Well, we have been waiting for you, and we know that you've been waiting there too. Thanks for your patience. The process itself, I don't know if you're in a position right now, if you can go quickly just for the benefit of our listeners, the process itself, and to tell us about the process of transferring or transfers.
It's difficult to do it very quickly because you miss the central core of the process.
Okay.
If you are transferring from one constituency to the next, and it is an almost foolproof system, as I will try to explain, you have to apply to register in the other constituency. You have to fill in a form. That form has to indicate that you have residence in the constituency in which you want to be registered in, say, from City West to Rural North. You have to submit the application form to the registration officer. And registration or transfers and registrations cannot take place unless the scrutineers are present.
Yeah.
No, the position of scrutineers was established in the Act Number 11 of 2002 and requires every political party to be represented, who is represented in the House of Representatives, are entitled to nominate not more than 2 scrutineers in accordance with any registration exercise pursuant to Section 18. And the functions were set out in Section 9. And the registration officer is obliged by law to inform the scrutineers of the time and place and commencement of registration each and every single day that he intends to conduct the registration of voters. The duties of the registration of the scrutineers was initially to monitor, but that was changed. That was changed in 2008 when the authority vested in the, just bear with me a second, Senator.
Yeah, of course.
I have the documents there. The function of these scrutineers was changed from merely monitoring to having the right to inspect and to review the documentations and to participate in any discussion taking place in relation to the appropriate residence. So that transfer/registration has to take place in the presence of the registration officer and scrutineers. Interestingly, in July 2003, the Commonwealth expert team issued a report on voter registration in Antigua and Barbuda in July 2023. And they made a rather positive statement in their assessment of registration staff and scrutineers in paragraph 3.5 of that report. And they said, broadly, the team found that scrutineers understood their role well, describing it in terms of observing, monitoring, and verifying the process. All right, so there's a verification process in which they were able to participate in as early as 2003. When that, and each, as I said, the Labour Party and the UPP would have their individual scrutineers there, and if there was a DNA elected member in the House, chances are they would be entitled to participate as well. Then it goes further. Then the list, preliminary list, has to be published of persons on the list.
Before we go further to the list, Tony, just something for clarity here. The application for the transfer, it could be done at either location, the new constituency or the old constituency.
No,
right?
the old constituency would be where you were previously registered or previously lived.
Okay.
And you're making a decision now that you've moved from City West to Rural North to transfer your vote and to be registered as a voter in the constituency of Rural North. You have to fill in the application form which sets out your residential requirements in the respective constituency. Now, the critical point is that these transfers and registrations cannot take place in the absence of scrutineers being present, who have a duty subject to the one example the Prime Minister mentioned, to verify the process on behalf of the political party that has appointed them to review and to verify the process. I don't know about anybody else, but I have not heard any complaint from anybody in any political party saying that they had, at the stage of registration prior to the election, received any complaints from scrutineers that persons, maybe with the exception of one constituency.
Correct. There was one, St. Peter.
Well, I'm just, based on what you said, I'm making the exception.
Yes.
That there were any complaints coming from scrutineers that we were being asked to register persons who, on the evidence presented to them and the registration officer and to us, did not meet the residential requirement for registration in the specific constituency. In addition to that safeguard of scrutineers, and you have to assume the scrutineers are there to defend the interests of the political party that's appointed them.
Yes.
The lists are published, and the list has a notice that says you are entitled, any voter in the constituency is entitled to object to any voter on the voters list, which will include somebody who got on the voters list but did not reside in the constituency at all, not even on a tenancy or rental basis. One would expect, if that is the case, and the political parties, the scrutineers and their election agents are monitoring the list, they'll be able to tell us, well, how did Colin James end up in help me over the constituency there in St. Philip, in St. George or St. Philip. Colin don't live here. Colin has an address there. I know who lives there. Is Peter Jones and Mary Jones that live there with their 3 children. We have to object to the name on the list. And vigilance is critically important because our courts have said that you can't rely on an election list for the purposes of an election in the expectation of winning and do nothing to seek to correct errors on the list. And then after you lose the election, cry foul that you've lost. So you have to be vigilant from the process of registration with the scrutineers and with the objections and review of the review of the preliminary list that come out, and your right to object to any person whose name is on the list who ought otherwise not to be on the list.
That makes it even more foolproof, because once the list is even published monthly, and it's for part of the claims and objections. That's what you're saying.
Correct, and not only that, I would be certain in my mind that political parties who may want copies or extra copies of the voters list would be entitled to get them from the Electoral Commission. And you can't just pretend nothing happened and afterwards grapple onto a statement which without any contextual boundaries as to what the law is or was, and make a suggestion that something has happened which affected the result of the election. There's nothing to suggest, one, there was any registration, illegal or fraudulent registration of persons who did not reside in any constituency except possibly one. There's been no objection from scrutineers as far as I know. And thirdly, there were no objections as far as I'm aware of any name on the preliminary list on the basis they did not reside in a specific constituency. So
what I'll say here, just for context, and to share this information with Tony, on the 8th of September 2022, the official cabinet notes included a paragraph 3, which reads as follows. It's actually published on the Facebook page of the Office of the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda. I just pulled it up. And it says here, Cabinet members have been informed by scrutineers that an unusually high number of electors have been transferring their registration into the constituency of St. Peter. The Cabinet will launch an investigation, and the candidate will prosecute claims and objections of those who have untruthfully and unlawfully transfer their registration to that constituency while remaining resident in another.
Well, that may I don't know. I know for sure in Dominica, Prime Minister, there are time limits within which you may be able to object. But if persons are calling for an investigation into the registration or transfer process, the Cabinet would be entitled to, or should be entitled to, take a broad view as to the scope of what the inquiry should entail. But there's also the ABEC press release that came out.
Yeah, and I won't mind sharing it with you if you don't mind, sir. Let me just go straight to it. It says here, it's under the caption, ABEC reiterates the integrity of the transfer process following statements made by Prime Minister Brown. I think that it is also incumbent on us to play the statement that was made by Prime Minister Brown so people get the full gist of it. And then I will go to the press release itself, if you don't mind, sir. So let's go to the statement that was made by Prime Minister Brown.
It's 67% of the votes I got in my constituency without any effort, I didn't campaign, I didn't transfer people into my constituency, we transfer out to help other candidates. Or left others who were registered outside of my area. Left them in those areas rather than transfer them in to give others a better chance.
Okay, that's essentially what was said. So I'm sure a number of people would have heard it before, but we just had to play that for the benefit of those who did not get a chance to hear it.
Clarify, I mean, again, when I spoke about us transferring in and transferring out, evidently it doesn't mean Gaston Brown transferring them. There's a process. So obviously I was speaking in accordance with the process. So here they're now trying to
tie you into it,
attach some form of illegality, when that is almost impossible unless you have a compromise system, which is what we had in St. Peter.
A compromise scrutineer.
In fact, we had to remove the Labour Party scrutineer after that press release was issued in September. We had to remove the scrutineer who may have been negligent, and I'm putting it very mildly. But unfortunately, the damage was already done. And I'm going to show you, for example, in which the registration in St. Peter was 3 times the national average. But we come back to that. Back to you, Tony.
All right.
Yes, no, PM, the point that you made, one of the comments, or some of the comments that were made following the press release of ABEC, was that you actually said that you registered persons in a different constituency, but that's not what you said.
Correct.
And in any event, the legislative regime that ABEC referred to, including the fullest participation of scrutineers, would have made it impossible for you to either walk into ABEC or to a registration office in diverse constituencies to register anybody, because you would have had to, the person has to come in person with their application form, satisfy the registration officers and the scrutineers of the residential requirements of being entitled to move from City West to Rural North.
And then after that, you have claims and objections.
And you have claims and objections, which never
Before
happened.
we reach the preliminary list.
And as I said, which I think it's important, I have heard no one, not even former members of ABEC, saying that scrutineers had complained. One, Gaston Brown barged in. Two, people who came to be registered who did not reside in the constituency, except for the one example you've been given. Three, that no list was published, so that we had no opportunity to object to them on the voters list. None of that transpired.
Tony, I'll go further. No one can say that I approached any registration office here in this constituency or anywhere within the island.
Agreed.
Or even at ABEC. So you
But
can't
Prime
say that
Minister-
you saw
Prime
me in
Minister,
the
let me
or I
ask you a
sent an
question.
agent.
Let
So
me ask you a question.
go
You
ahead.
think a United Progressive Party scrutineer or the DNA scrutineers would welcome you into the registration office to put names down of people who they know don't reside in the constituency? I mean, let's just ask the public the question. Anyway, I think Colin wanted
Yes,
to read
I want to
something.
go to the press release. It says here, and this was issued on Thursday, the 20th of April. It says here, the Antigua and Barbuda Electoral Commission, ABEC, wishes to dispel any allegations being hurled at the commission as it relates to the transfer process. This follows statements made by the Honorable Prime Minister and Member of Parliament for the St. John City West constituency, the Honorable Gaston Brown, on the Brown and Brown Show on Saturday, 15th April 2023. The Commission aired its concerns at its meeting on Wednesday, 19th April 2023, and believes that it is critical for persons to understand how the transfer process works and overall the integrity of the procedures carried out by its officers. It continues, the Commission wishes to reiterate that if a person has moved from one area, a constituency, to another and resides at that new address for 6 months and over, the law, Representation of the People Amendment Act 2002, Section 6, dictates that the applicant seeks a transfer of the registration. This application for transfer may be done at the registration unit in the new constituency of residence or the former one where the registration initially took place. That answers my question that I posed to you, Tony. It continues. At the registration unit, applicants will indicate to ABEC's registration personnel that they are seeking an application to be transferred in the new constituency. Persons may be asked a number of questions to further validate the process, such as proof of address and contact information.
There you go.
Please note that residency verification may also take place. This process also involves the scrutineers, representatives from both political parties. The necessary paperwork will then be compiled and the applicant will be given a receipt of the application. The application will then be submitted to the head office for further processing, and the applicant is advised to secure the receipt, which must be presented upon receiving a call from the head office. The application is then published on the list C, persons who no longer qualify to be on the register in a said constituency or whose information has been altered. The list C is published monthly and forms part of the claims and objections period for the particular month, 31 days after the last day of the registration for the previous month. After the claims and objections period has ended, once there are no objections to the application for transfer, the elector will be called by the head office to complete the process, which will be validated with the applicant's fingerprint. The elector's name will then appear on the publication of the next preliminary list or the register of electors. ABEC welcomes the interest displayed by the public in all processes involved in electoral matters and is committed to protecting and advancing the cause for democracy in Antigua and Barbuda. And it ends there.
Let me just make a point here, Tony, before you come in.
Sure.
Now, 2 points for that matter. The first one is what you call registration lingo. So it is well known within the political space that leading up to an election, candidates are involved in mobilizing electors to register or to be transferred. So generally speaking, when we speak about registration, we speak about the amount of people who the candidate registered following the legal process. So you find, for example, that within the Labour Party, on a monthly basis leading up to elections, each candidate had to account to the executive as to how many persons they registered. But that doesn't mean the candidate or the individual or the representative going to a registration center or to ABEC and filling out a form and registering people. It's about the mobilization. So that's the way the mischief is, that they are literally trying to use the words as articulated when they well know exactly what the meaning is. So what I was saying is that in my area, there was no mobilization because I didn't see the need to mobilize inward and outward to maximize my support to get 80% of the votes. And the next thing, maybe another constituency, they may probably need 20, 30 votes who could have been registered in my area.
True.
So it was more of a political strategy not to mobilize. So when I spoke about registering people, it's about mobilizing them to transfer in or to transfer out or to register as appropriate. So they've just been mischievous. And they know better, they know differently.
But PM,
the other point I want to make here with the ABEC release. On the normal circumstances, what they said in that release is correct. But I will state here categorically, and based on the registration in St. Peter, that the process was compromised. So I can assure you that the issue about, let's say, residency was not properly determined at that registration center.
In St. Peter.
In St. Peter. And that's, it was not properly followed because the process was compromised. And that is perhaps the only outlier that I see in the registration process. And Tony, you want to make a point before I go into the stats?
Yes.
Go ahead.
It's the mischief, and I call it a bit more than that. The intellectual dishonesty didn't arise simply on the basis of misrepresenting the political lingo. They misrepresented the law and the process and the legislative regime for registration. And it would have been obvious to anybody, unless somebody is compromised. And one has to hope that the scrutineers are acting in the best interest of their political parties. That it would have been impossible for registration to take place, or should have been impossible for registration to take place in any constituency with somebody who the scrutineers would have known from questions and answers from the registration officers and themselves that there's no basis for residential qualification or meeting the qualification in the respective constituency. There's another safeguard too, Colin, if I may mention it.
Go straight ahead.
It's not just the existence of the scrutineers, the form to fill in, the process, the objections. If any matter has to come to ABEC, please let us bear in mind there are at least two members of the ABEC, in the Electoral Commission, that are appointed by the leader of the opposition. So you have that oversight from members on the Electoral Commission. You have oversight by the existence of registration officers who are presumed to be independent and impartial. And you have the added safeguard of scrutineers who are expected to act honestly and lawfully in protecting the interests of the process and their parties, playing a significant role in the verification of the process. So anybody, any former member of the Electoral Commission or any politician who has ever run for public office and had anything to do with registration of voters and of objections of voters would have known immediately that even if it may have sounded to some mischievously about a politician registering somebody by himself, that would have been an impossibility under the existing regime that we have today.
Correct. Correct.
Would there been any possibility? So a lot of this was just throwing hay in the air and hoping the wind takes it on somebody's farm.
but you know, it did take it in somebody's farm. And that's what I'm going to get to now. So, we would have indicated earlier that the process in St. Peter was compromised. I would have read, for example, a cabinet minute, or note for that matter, in which we indicated publicly that there was a problem in St. Peter. For about a year, we've had reports that the system, or let's say the process in St. Peter was compromised, and that people from without the constituency were being registered. I remember on one occasion, former Representative Dean Jonas reported to the cabinet that a number of his constituents were actually paid. I'm not going to call the name.
Actually
But,
paid.
Yes, paid to transfer into St. Peter. And he came back on several occasions and he asked us to take action. It took us nearly a year to move our scrutineer. And I'm not accusing our scrutineer of any wrongdoing. It could have been our scrutineer may have been absent or maybe negligent. But because of the system was compromised and we didn't have a vigilant scrutineer, and I can say that as a matter of fact, that our scrutineer was not vigilant, we moved her eventually. I think she was moved sometime in October or so last year. But it took too long. It took over a year. And I have to tell you, it was the party machinery in particular, because we had reliable information in terms of what was happening in that particular constituency, involving those who were responsible to ensuring that there's certain safeguards to avoid a manipulation of the process. But unfortunately, it appears as though that the allegations that were made, that they were true. And when you look at the voter registration, electoral, the increase in total registration, the average registration increase in constituency size would have been 19% throughout Antigua and Barbuda. In the case of St. Peter, it was 52%. Almost 3 times.
The vast difference.
Now, there was a single housing project. That's the one at Painters that had 100-something homes. No more than 100 were occupied. So if you assumed that you had about 3 on average, because the average household size in the country is about 3 individuals, 3 times 100 is 300 people. And if you double that in terms of other registrants throughout the constituency, you're looking at about 600. You know how many people registered? 1,600 people in that constituency.
That's a constituency by itself.
Precisely.
Yeah.
In one electoral cycle. So the only outlier is St. Peter. So therefore, I think I'm duty bound to get on to the relevant authorities to have this investigation.
How soon are we going to see this happen?
Well, I'll be able to report to you by next Saturday. Because this is where the evidence is in terms of any padding that may have taken place.
You
It
want
would
to
have been
buy
in
10
St.
million
Peter.
by 1,600? Just being facetious. Just being facetious.
I don't believe that was spent exclusively in that constituency, though.
I don't
just
think
saying.
that.
Okay.
I don't
I
think
would
that
say
much was
maybe
spent.
about 5.
Per person.
No,
Oh,
no.
that's
Remember,
not
no.
bad.
Remember, monies are spent in other constituencies.
Oh, so 5 in there and the rest.
Yeah, precisely,
Okay.
precisely.
It was spread. Let's spread.
Now, the other thing I have to tell you, yeah, you see some of them behaving as though they're unbeatable. You know what percentage of votes? What's his name? They won by Serpent. 3%.
100 and something votes.
Next election, he gone clean, and we're bringing back those who are registered in St. Peter back into St. George.
You mean you'll ask them to transfer back?
Yeah. You know who? But using the legitimate process, yeah.
I know-
It's
I
not
know what
gas
you
because
mean.
you know they.
I was
I
just
know what
about
you
to
mean,
caution
because
you
I know
because
what you
they
mean.
will come back again with
Yeah,
that.
about it,
But
yeah.
let's move on.
Anyway.
No, PM, let me just explain what I meant by that, right?
Okay.
If the investigation shows that they were registered without residential requirement there, they can be removed from that voters list. There's no question about it. And they will have to then reapply to the constituency from which they came initially to get re-registered again. That's what I meant about Well, you can go ahead now, Pierre.
Yeah, but Tony, in any case, we're likely to have a re-registration. And I'd say boundary changes going to the next general election. So in any case, they will have to be transferred to where they live. And
Yes.
this time around, the kind of negligence that took place within the Labour Party will not happen. And I have to tell you, it was negligence why this happened. Because if we had candidates, I have to tell you with all honesty, I can't blame Turner. Because Rawdon Turner came to the cabinet consistently, almost on a weekly basis. Crying to us, asking us, please to intervene, to move the scrutineer. And Comrade Dean Jonas had told us a year before. And I have to tell you, we kept plodding the party officials to get it done, and it just took extremely long. As a result, we paid the price. Anyway, I was making the point, though, that Serpent and Son with all this fat chat, about 6% margin, that's easily to overturn. You understand? Even what's his Samantha? Huh?
What's his vote? His total amount of votes.
I don't have that here. I just have the percentages.
Okay.
But even
He
St.
won by
Mary's,
100 and something.
even St. Mary's South is 6%. The guy won by I know Samantha gonna tear him up in the by-elections. Mark my word. So all the big fat chat that Shuggy has around the place is he didn't win that big. A 6% margin is nothing
Both
to
of them.
overturn. Even down in Grace Farm, with a little more effort by Gail would have beaten what's his name, Lewis. And again, you're talking about maybe 4-5% he won by. The margin of error of a poll is about 5% now.
5%.
So when you win by 3% and 6% and you win in that margin of error, you're extremely vulnerable. So whereas they're bragging and felt that they did so well, they have about 4 seats that we can claw back at the next general elections easily.
Actually said it right here
Easily.
on the Talking Point show. Tony, let's move quickly. If you don't, do you want to add something else to what we're discussing pertaining
No,
to?
I mean, if the Prime Minister is speaking of a possible investigation, the less said at this time, the better. He said he'll report back next Saturday.
Yes.
So I think we should wait on that.
Right. So let's shift now to Barbuda. What's going on? I'm hearing a little bit of a rumbling taking place in Barbuda where some people are actually saying that Barbudans will fight back because the lands are communally owned. And we understand as well that they spoke about lease, anybody who wanted lease and so on. I actually saw a communique from the Solicitor General where there was a response as well coming from Mr. John Mussington. I'm not too sure if you, well, I'm sure that you will be. You have it.
I have. Look, the PM and I spoke about it, as I did with the Deputy Solicitor General and Attorney General. There is authority going over a period of from 1990. Let's start off with 1990. In between 3 Court of Appeal decisions, one in I think the first one was 1990, 2001, and then 2021, which went to the Privy Council and we won, that have made it absolutely clear that the Barbudans and Council have no right of ownership over the land. What I have noticed they're now trying to say is that the Barbuda Local Government Act gives them the right over lands in Barbuda, whether of ownership or the right of usage. Well, that's a complete and absolute fabrication, because in all of the cases that I have referred to previously in the Court of Appeal decisions in which I appeared, and the last 2 I appeared in the one that was heard in 2022. Sir Claire Roberts and myself represented the government. The Attorney General, and in the last one in 2022, myself, Dr. Dorset, and Mrs. Brooks Harris represented the Attorney General. In the judgment by Justice Redhead, by Justice Dennis Byron, the seminal judgment, he dealt expressly with the issue as to whether or not the Local Government Land Act gave any rights of ownership or rights to determine the usage of land in Barbuda. He started his discussion at paragraph 61 of the judgment. He set out most, if not all, of the relevant provisions of the Local Government Act. He then says, in paragraph 72, the real answer is that the Local Government Act does not deal with issues relating to land tenure and land usage. Certainly there is nothing in Section 18 that's of the Local Government Act which regulates land use, tenure, or the disposition of Crown land in Barbuda. There is no provision in the Local Government Act which regulates that issue. Then I'm going to refer to Section 73, the short paragraphs, PM. Legislation which regulates land use is the Barbuda Act. In my view, the trial judge was in error when he concluded that at Section 8.2 of the Local Government Act required that the consent of the council was required by cabinet to deal with any land, whether or not it was made set aside for agricultural purposes. He says there has been existing jurisprudence, and at paragraph 75, he refers to the Barbuda Council versus Attorney General case, unreported, delivered by Justice Redhead, who concluded that who considered the effect of Section 18 of the Local Government Act and said, I am of opinion that to administer agriculture and forestry does not give the council control over the land in Barbuda. I cannot agree, therefore, with Council Mr. Clark that Sections 18 and 19 of the Barbuda Council gives the council wide and extensive powers over lands in Barbuda. The powers given, as I have said, are prescribed by the Barbuda Act. In paragraph 76, he refers to the judgment of Justice Georges in the Unicorn Limited versus Barbuda case. He says the council can only exercise jurisdiction and control as given to it by and under the Act. It follows, therefore, that the council cannot grant a lease or concur in the grant of a lease, which it does not itself own. That power vests in the Crown alone and is unfettered. And the power of the council to set aside lands for public purposes, for example, to establish conservation areas and national parks, can only be exercised lawfully with the sanction and approval of the cabinet and with its concurrence. No lawful act of reservation was demonstrably done by the council in respect of the land. And I should also tell you, when you look at the Barbuda Local Government Act, and because it's raising its head again, I'm going to refer to two short paragraphs of the Local Government Act. Section 21, subsection 1 says the council may, with the sanction of cabinet, acquire by lease or purchase lands and buildings for any purpose of public utility. Now tell me something here, Senator. If you say you own the land, in order to use the land, you're going to have to buy it from yourself. Because this
Exactly.
says the council may, with the sanction of the cabinet, acquire by lease or
That's a
purchase
good one,
land
Tony.
and build. No, I mean, let's be frank. I've been in this Barbuda case thing since 1999, when I think the case first started off. When the late Lester Bryan brought me in on some of these matters at that time, and it says, well, that's I don't need to read anymore.
But Tony, note it said with the consent of the cabinet. So even if they're going to buy a parcel of land, the cabinet has to consent.
Yes, and Prime Minister, it's let me get that straight. Lease or purchase lands. It's not just purchase. If they want to acquire any land by virtue of a lease, they need the sanction of the cabinet. Now, the 2007 Act, which the Privy Council dealt with in the last case that went up there, the Privy Council made it clear that the 2007 Act, Band Act, which was passed by in 2007 by the UPP government with Trevor Walker and others, made it very clear that it did not convey or vest any equitable or legal interest in land of ownership of any land in Barbuda, or even lease lands, unless it's done in accordance with the procedure. That act has now been repealed. There's the 2018 Act, there's a 2021 Act, and I understand the cabinet may be considering further amendments. So the long answer to your question and the short conclusion is that I don't know what Hilborn Frank and these other guys are speaking about in Barbuda. The Barbuda Land Act of 2007 gave them no rights of ownership either as the council or as citizens. And our legislature is clear, the Local Government Act, if you need to buy or lease land, you need the permission of the cabinet. And the case law that I have read from Sir Dennis Byron, Justice Redhead, and Justice Georges. The Local Government Act gives no right of ownership or control over land to the Barbuda Council. Good Lord, that has been going on for 20 years. I sound like I said the same thing in 1999.
No, well, you know, they're making a mockery of this, yeah, and the cabinet is getting extremely tough on them now. You would be aware, Tony, that a letter was sent to Mr. Mackenzie Frank on the 28th day of April 2023. He's the chairman of the Barbuda Council, and it reads as follows. Dear Mr. Frank, and the caption is unlawful granting of lease and or permission to occupy lands in Barbuda. It says here, further to the correspondence from the Solicitor General, Mr. Martin Camacho, dated April 27, 2023, to you. We wish to advise that the Attorney General of Antigua and Barbuda reserves all right to institute legal proceedings forthwith against you or the members of the Council and or the Barbuda Council itself to prevent the threatened and unfettered breaches of the well-settled and established law relating to lands in Barbuda, and seek all remedies available under the law. Kindly be advised accordingly. And this was sent by the Deputy Solicitor General.
Can I explain that letter,
Harris.
PM, of which the contents of which I'm aware?
Sure.
You will note the broad width of the language. Council, you, and other members, and also any remedies that are available under the law against them. Right? That should be a red flag to them, because the position that we have reached now, the Deputy Solicitor General, the Attorney General, myself, and others who are working on this, that this thing is bordering on bad faith, misfeasance in public office, and it is something that needs to be corrected. And the Attorney General wanted us to file since Friday, but we told him, AG, we're going to need a little time. Let's get this letter out first, and then once that letter is out, we will decide what's going to happen after the long weekend.
Let me ask you, is there any need to get an injunction in the interim as a proactive measure, or just allow them to breach and take them to court?
Well, no, we need that precise question was asked of us by the Attorney General. I told him we needed to have a little bit more facts, because the language of the Solicitor General's letter, Mr. Camacho's letter, and what made available to us, it appeared to be a threat to do A, B, and C. If it has already been done, there's no question we're going to have to move.
It has been done. The Barbuda Council continues to give leases left, right, and center, and they have no such authority.
Well, we're going to have to get particulars of all of these, Prime Minister.
Now you come.
Yeah. We have to get particulars of all of these and take the necessary legal action to stop it.
Now, one of the reasons why we're discussing this issue in the public domain is to send a subtle warning to them that we're not playing with them, and if they're going to continue to act with contempt, I presume that they can be taken to court for contempt of court. And also, because the issue is a settled issue in terms of the ownership of the land.
Completely settled. In concrete, it's dry concrete.
Exactly. So before, when they're doing these things, they can say maybe out of ignorance, because it was not fully settled, it did not have a decision of the final court. So it is evident now that they are deliberate in their actions and they are contemptuous, and on that basis we'll have to pursue them.
No question about it. There's another matter there was a point that was made by the Solicitor General, Mr. Camacho, about discrimination. All right? I think a legitimate if the government does not act, and it will, because we have been told that we have to move, and you just repeated it again. In the light of the Privy Council's ruling and the other rulings that have settled the question of ownership of land, any law which prevents Antiguans and Barbudans that are born on the mainland, and I'm calling it the mainland, who are unable to purchase lands in Barbuda under control as to amounts and size and so on, may well take the legitimate point that they're being discriminated against on the basis of the place of origin.
Correct.
Because the constitution of this blessed land says that Antigua and Barbuda consist of Antigua, Redondo, and Barbuda. So we have a unitary state. And unlike St. Kitts and Nevis, because when they keep talking things, we need to set the record straight. There is no provision for, how should I put it, separation Whereas in Nevis and St. Kitts, there was the realization during the time of the constitutional discussions for the independence that the people of Nevis may well want to secede. And provisions was made in the constitution for there to be secession. Should the people, by referendum, I believe it is, in Nevis, so require. There are no such provisions in our constitution, so therefore the constitution does not contemplate by any means any separation of part of the islands into separate pieces or to have their own separate laws unless laws made by the parliament for the benefit of all.
So, currently we're in the process of registering all of the lands on Barbuda.
Yes.
So we'll have a
Yes.
registry completed within a matter of maybe 60 days. And we're determining that we will sell land both to Antiguans and Barbudans. What we have decided, though, is that we will sell the Barbudans up to 1 acre for $1 per acre. Antiguans, or let's say others who want to buy land on Barbuda will have to pay whatever the commercial price is. The large developments on Barbuda, the PLH and others, we will not be selling freehold land. Those lots will be maintained on a leasehold basis to bring revenue into perpetuity. But in terms of an Antiguan who wants to go and purchase a house plot over in Barbuda, they will have the opportunity to do so within a matter of months. So all this bluster coming from Trevor and others and the council, what a guy named Mossington. By the way, Mossington is not a Barbudan.
I want to ask Tony.
Mossington is an Antiguan.
Is he from this community?
Yeah, my dear buddy, dear Len Mossington's brother.
Yeah. I can remember him
So
going to the Antigua.
Mossington is an imposter. He's not a Barbudan.
By the way, Tony, did you get a chance to see Mr. Mossington's letter where he's asking the Solicitor General to retract the statement that was
Well,
made?
Colin, when you reach my age and my stage and you read the first paragraph or sentence of a letter, for your mental state of mind, it's best to stop.
I realize.
Right?
I just wanted to hear your feedback on it.
You recognize he's resiling away from his position.
Of course.
Because he knows that we're serious. We would drag him before the
So
court.
he's now stepping
for
back.
contempt
Yeah.
of court. So, John Mossington, if you think you're bad, continue to threaten us.
The letter is here, by the way. For those of you on hold on,
Facebook.
Donna. Sorry. For those of you on Facebook, Jupiter has pulled up the letter there. It says here, "Dear Mr. Camacho," that's the Solicitor General.
Please don't read it, Colin.
I won't.
Please
I won't.
don't read it. It's rubbish. Please don't
It's
read
absolute rubbish. But
I won't read it.
we have a legal opinion there, which I hope Jupiter can share. It's an opinion from the Solicitor General confirming that it will be discriminatory for us to exclude Antiguans and Barbudans from purchasing land on
Yes.
Barbuda.
Yes.
What we're even thinking about too is to probably expunge or repeal the Barbuda Land Act and to have a single registered land act covering all lands in Antigua and Barbuda. So we've asked the Solicitor General to look at that and for us to do the consolidation and just end this foolishness about communal ownership and so on. And look, whoever wants to believe it, I have a position right now. I have an argument with them because they just want to continue to promote this myth and to mire us in a lot of controversy. We're doing what is right, what is legal, what is in the best interest of the Twin Island state.
PM, is there one other issue you wanted to discuss with me? Are we finished with Barbuda?
Yeah, I know you have to go.
Yes,
Can we
before
run
you go, Tony, the issue here, I saw something here. We're we can't. You can't let go. I can't let go, Tony, and we haven't spoken about the victory where you have won this court case.
No, I didn't. Gerard Hewlett was the one who did that case.
Well, yes. Well,
Yeah.
And by the beat off a big King's Council out of Trinidad,
imagine that.
Ruggles Ferguson.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Sir Gerald would buy him a case of beer for that.
I'm telling you. Tony, you're not taking that kind of humiliation from the junior lawyer.
Well, PM, sometimes to make you realize that life is short, it's good to lose one or two in
I see.
to keep your feet down to. But the point that I think needs to be made with these two judgments, right? That both in relation to the Verwoerd III matter and the Isaac Newton matter, the respective courts, at least the high courts, and in the case of Isaac Newton, had the obligation, had the opportunity, to review the allegations, or put it this way, the statements made by the Prime Minister, and concluded that
You're
in
truthful.
Nixon, they were truthful, and in any event would have been fully be entitled to express comments on the facts that were known to him. And it's a good signal to judge when criticisms are being made, whether or not the Prime Minister is or has a factual basis for some of the statements that he has made, which have gone to court. And the court so far have said yes, he has. Now, I don't know, PM, if I have your permission to mention the third one.
Yes.
There's a third one, and I think it needs to be mentioned for the purposes of giving a context to this thing. There was a previous matter involving George Winner, and that matter was settled because it was drawn to the attention of the Prime Minister that the allegation that was conveyed to him and verified as true was mistaken, and he immediately apologized. He immediately withdrew the allegations and had the matter settled on terms that were acceptable to both sides. And I think it's also a state of circumstances and events that shows that there are times when the Prime Minister is challenged on matters that he says, and he uses his judgment. And if he realizes that he was wrong, he was he didn't have the sort of thing people say about him. He was quite prepared to accept the fact that a mistake was made and to correct it and to settle it. So he didn't maintain an arrogant position.
You know what Tony said, it was a mistake, not a defamation.
A mistake.
So what had happened, there's certain information in the public domain about this young lady at Observer who ostensibly had embezzled some checks and was imprisoned.
Yeah.
So the information that I received from credible sources was that, their comrade, their brother, whatever he is, Wenner, was the one who had cashed the checks. Now, I never accused him of any wrongdoing. But it wasn't he. It was another soldier who is a member of the UPP and who was a member of the Defense Force. So it was a case of mistaken identity. So I promptly apologized. I even came on this radio station. It was something I posted on my Facebook saying that it was alleged that he
I
cashed
remember
the checks.
that. Yes.
So I came on this radio station. I didn't have to, but I have taken a position. I'm going to stand on the truth. And if I say something about somebody that is not true, I will take responsibility for it. And that's exactly what happened. He took me to court, and he and his lawyer came and told me they wanted $500,000. I said, $500,000, so I've lied on you inadvertently. I mean, I said I didn't defame you. If I had said that he colluded, then that's a different ball game. So then they said, maybe 20, maybe 30. I said, discussion can't start there. I don't mind giving you a nominal sum and you go away, because I don't want to waste my time to come to court.
And settle it.
And that was it, yeah.
All right.
Anything else, Senator PM?
No, sir. Not unless you
But
have
again,
something
the
else
the point that Tony has made, and people may not understand this. I mean, the truth sometimes is ugly, and I know. I mean, I've had to hit a number of them, our political opponents. They hit me every day, so they're fair game. And there have been dozens of threats to go to court. But as I keep saying to them, how are you going to win when the truth is a perfect defense? I mean, I have had, for example, what's his name? Smith, Anthony Smith, the one in rural arrest there. What's his name? Lewis. You remember
Richard
when I
Lewis.
said he got $1 million for the e-books he sold to the government? He said, go sue me. But we provide evidence, so you had to back off. DJs Eliza, Harold Lovell, you name it. Practically all of them at some point would have threatened to sue me. But as I said to them, I stand on the truth. So how are we going to win? And to date, not one of them has actually defeated me in court because I stand on the truth always.
Okay.
Anyway, Colin, just let me ask Tony one
Into your
question.
mic. Come to your mic.
Yeah, Tony, good afternoon. When I listened to John Mussington, just to pedal back a bit, the word sedition came to my mind because I haven't heard that word a long time.
Good point.
And the way he sounded, he was saying that he was not prepared to accept the judgment, basically, and if anybody came. And he, of course, misrepresented himself and said, take up the land, because nobody has said they were going to take away the land from the Barbudans, but that they were going to empower them with title. But the word sedition, I actually called in on Colin Show and read the definition that it is a crime by speech or intent to create, to incite violence by organization and stuff like that. So I just thought of asking you, what would comprise sedition and what would be the penalty?
Well, I rather not go down that road at this stage, except to point out that he was warned. The Solicitor General, Mr. Camacho, responded to his letter and made it absolutely clear to him that the government and the authorities of the state of Antigua and Barbuda were not going to tolerate any breaches of the law. I think he made that extremely clear, and I don't think I need to add to that, because the position, the position as articulated by him, is one that I have no doubt that the Prime Minister, Attorney General, and the legal team that will be put together to deal with this will follow. We're not going to allow this to continue. Well, I shouldn't say we. The government is not going to allow this to continue forever. They have lost every single case. They have lost in the High Court. They've lost in the Court of Appeal. They've lost in the Privy Council. And it is a fiction for them to keep saying about people took the land from them, because the case law is clear. From day one, the lands in Barbuda were vested in the Crown. And on the date of the Constitution, in the Independence Constitution of 81, the lands were vested in and became part of the unitary state of Antigua and Barbuda. So there's no separatism there for them to rely on. And I should add, as you mentioned that, Donald, the matter before Justice Byron in 2021-22, and the trial judge was an Australian, influenced by his thinkings of Aboriginal lands in Australia. They were not Aboriginal. There were tonloads of paper, of historical documents we got from the British Museum, or they got from the British Museum, we got from the British Museum, and we got from the museum here. So Claire Roberts will tell you, a tonload of documents which was meticulously gone through by the court. And so Dennis Byron said, forget what the 1904 Barbuda Act said about ownership in the Crown. The documentary evidence repudiated, he says, didn't support, repudiated the question of communal ownership by Barbudans. And he raised the question in his judgment, and probably through the hearings as well. How could you speak of Aboriginal and communal rights of ownership when the inhabitants of Barbuda were transported here by the colonial powers and estate owners as slaves?
But
Tony, and they came to Antigua before they went to Barbuda.
Yeah, but hold on there, Tony. The point I think I'm making is that he insists that they are going to basically ignore or react, or they're inciting that should anything happen, they're not going to sit down and take it like that.
Well, they actually reached to the point where he said by any means necessary.
And we know that historically they have a behavior of being physically proactive in towards either property or otherwise.
Is that a euphemism for violence?
So, well, make me use what word me want and make them sue me again.
PM, all that I'll do is say that I rely and I stand by the letter written in response by the Solicitor General, Mr. Camacho. I wouldn't want to get into a discussion of that at this stage. Whatever arises, we will have to deal with it, full stop.
Okay.
Absolutely, and we certainly will.
Take care, PM.
Thank you, Tony. Appreciate it. By the way, Guy here with can you call Guy for me? 463-8360.
Okay.
Me?
No, Tony. Thank you very much,
sorry.
Tony. Thank you.
Sorry. All right.
So this case, go ahead as you get Guy. This case with Weber.
463-8360?
Yeah.
Yes, that's it.
This case with Weber the third is over a cabinet decision that I publish, in which Weber the third was allocated 1 acre of land for $25,000. Now, only parliamentarians were eligible for that type of rate, to include ministers, to get land at a concessional rate. So I published it, and I said it was a creeper because I served in the cabinet. I checked with all my cabinet ministers and them at the time, and not one person can say that was ever presented. But he got a decision to that effect. So I said publicly that he got it dishonestly. And he took me to court for that.
But we got the decision.
Oh, he said that he didn't apply for it. He just got it. And he said dead man gave it to him. He said the late, I see yourself. He said the late, what he named there, Rupert Sterling gave it to him. The irony about it, Rupert Sterling didn't get any for himself. He didn't get any for his children.
Yeah.
But he got one for Weber III, who he related to.
Surprisingly strange, eh?
You get guy there for me, no?
Yeah.
Guy answering?
He's on the line.
Hey, comrade.
Hi, how are you doing?
How you keeping, my brother?
Pretty good, man.
Somebody tell me that you gave Weber III a cabinet decision for an acre of land at $25,000. You in the cabinet with me?
Listen to me.
Hey, look. No, hold on. Listen, we're listening to you. Give him a chance to explain.
You know that you sat above me in a non-ministry.
That's you give it away right away, dear.
I look up the cabinet every time. I don't miss cabinet and I don't sleep. I did something from sleep apnea. And I have never seen, when you had the case with Weber there, when they say sue you, I get my wife to go in the back. We have proper box. I file all my cabinet decisions in them in a proper box. Only one thing I can get, when the police used to go into Leicester House and search him, he wanted a document and he never gave him back that document. But I have all the other pieces of cabinet decision. I never heard that discussed in cabinet. Never see it in a cabinet decision. I look high, low, all over.
So where that come from?
That was a blamey. So I don't know how they could come about land. So you don't think I want a land too?
I buy the guy to get done now. As a minister.
Me never get land.
It was not an easy process to access that what do you call it? That
Entitlement.
Concession.
Yes.
That concession. Go ahead, guy.
You know, still you get comrade. But I am telling you, one time I asked Lester for some Quartz was given out up in the release. And I spoke to Quartz. Quartz said me to go down by the house on Upper Long Street, Barbara Mason father. And commercial and I went there. And I see more Albert Fredericks and about 40 pieces of land. And the other piece just down from Freeston Robinson. And Mr. Mason said he's going to check it out. And he says a big piece of land and we divide it between me and commercial. And my ex-wife got that land. Yeah? So me never get on land from government at all. Not never discussed in there.
So you never saw that cabinet decision?
Never, ever. I mean, I'll back but tell you only one document alone Lester when he wanted something after this, so search his house all the time. I never got it back from all my cabinet decision. It properly boxed. My wife bought some special boxes and they don't see us here. From the first time right down, and you know, comrade, me never fall asleep, me never sleep apnea.
True.
When we discuss all them things. You know, I remember sometime I used to tease you that up to Errol Cart still call me the prophet. I had to tell them, you see all them waste time in at this man I'm gonna be the next leader now. That's you. You say, come don't do that job, you mean the man hate me say, you get me.
It's true.
The PMD no ministry. and you're right today. I only because I wanted to recount the thing with the 22 tendered ballot and he said leave that Moses alone. Not his
You know what? Yeah.
And got with that. So he was Judy bound to put me in the cabinet.
No, I didn't go for any witness statements to defend my case, you know. I so know that that's a fabrication, that Weber, can't come up with the evidence to say that he got that.
He said he's going to appeal.
You can appeal what you want. Provide the evidence he got that decision legitimately. When you go and tell a court that you didn't apply for the decision, but you got it, some third party gave it to you who was not a member of the cabinet. Who can believe that?
But how does it? Then it is not
Legitimate. Precisely.
Right.
And you know, Sterling always enter Mr. Stevens office, you know, for and we have a Weber.
You know, our late comrade, but he was the best at creepers.
That's Lowell. What is his name?
Luna
Stevens.
Okay, yeah, I remember him.
All right, well, guys.
At the late Weber Jr.
Oh yeah, listen to me. And so go ahead and deal with that.
So you know what happened there, right?
Of course.
Okay.
Deal with that. Those matters for VSL, you should deal with them.
No.
Oh my.
Don't get me.
Hey, how
So-
you feeling? My cow switch the color. How you feeling, Doc? How you do?
So you get a link there?
Guy, mash up.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
When I left Georgia office, I was weighing 150 pounds. I wait and wait when I was in grammar school.
Right. How you do now?
Man, if you see me now, you won't believe.
Sandra take care of
I have to
you?
come and
As
look for
usual.
you.
Alessandra, look after me or Pope.
All the time. She gave you my love and best wishes, I hope.
Give me all the messages that people give to me. And I speak to the boss all the time. Because I always tell him, you're in a, he said, okay, guy, don't do that, Jack. Give me that man hate me. He said, don't hate you. They just tell me that he have noble blood in him. Noble to...
A long time you deal with the hatred and just stop.
Noble up to Montreal. They send him to Toronto. Noble call me Guy Bird. Guy
Looks
Bird.
up at you.
That's what Noble call me. Trusted me because he know that he me. And I love my name. I guess you know that.
Now, when it comes to integrity, as
Me
I have
love
said
the
to my
name.
colleagues when we're in cabinet, I'll put my head in the block for Guy and for Guy. Not for y'all, for Guy Hewitt.
It's true. It's true. I said that today. All of them say St. Louis good. How about me? Let's say St. Louis, John, sit down. That's what he said. He said the only person he put his neck in the black card. Just take a seat.
All right, guys.
All right,
right,
guys.
guys.
Thanks, man.
We thank you so much. I'm going to come and look for you, cuz.
Please, guys, before you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want people to know when the fella Robinson, the policeman guy, let's put up his name to get it time off. Lester Bird, Guy Haywood, guess them on somebody from on the west side voted
Yeah.
to send the boy.
Yes, yes.
And let tell me call Miss Carter. He said, Miss Carter, you won't type this thing for me. When I finish, call Mr.
That's
Robinson.
Wendell Robinson, you know.
Wendell.
When he was to get promoted?
No, to be
No,
promoted
Guy.
son law.
He
Oh,
wanted to go
okay.
Trinidad.
Oh, okay.
Comrade Guy,
Yes.
what's up?
And you know, me not lie. I not make up story.
No.
I'm glad that you're recuperating, but we're going to come and look for you.
Colin, keep telling you again, come and look for you. Make you know me call you all the time.
All
There's
the
not
time
a
I
week
do it,
pass
you
that
want-
I don't call you.
So, and when the boss today, he called me all the time.
What would Colin?
All right.
Comrade, all
We're
the
gonna
best.
try that.
Quite a nice engagement just now. Good to
Yeah,
hear
man.
from you, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
I listen to you all since 4 o'clock.
All right.
My radio is on Point FM. So you don't have to worry.
Okay.
Okay, God be with you.
Well, thank
know,
you.
The first person I raised this issue with, even before we ended up in court, I called Asset Michael. You probably say nothing goes now because me and a friend. He say, I said, can you imagine there's a cabinet creeper to sell Weber the acre land for 25,000, but he went ballistic. You know him, right? But again, I didn't ask any of my colleagues to, give any evidence. I said he can't prove that he got it legitimately.
Yeah.
So I don't need the support. So I just went
Anyway,
there
the
and stated
mystery
fact.
resolved right now.
The mystery result.
Yes.
So we know where we're going now.
I know how it happened.
We know what
Okay,
happened.
the mystery result.
We know what went down.
Yes, yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have to take a break. When we come back from the break, we're going to speak about things pertaining to what's coming up. We know that Labor Day is upon us.
But before you do that, Colin, when you come back from the break, I just want to go to an article quickly. When you come back from the break regarding the water rationing in
yes,
St. Kitts,
in St. Kitts.
right?
And Barbados too.
And Guyana.
Barbados, yes. So
And Guyana
as soon
as
as
well.
you come back from the break.
All right,
Or
so
you want
you'll
to deal
raise
with it before you
No,
go.
let's take the break
Break,
because
okay.
Jupiter has been prodding me here for the longest while, telling me you have to take a break. You have to take a break. So we'll do that. Let's take the break. When we come back, we'll continue. Stick and stay with us here. 991. Now this.
It's a celebration. The Antigua Labor Party and the Antigua Trades and Labor Union presents Labor Queen Pageant 2023. It's a celebration. On April 30th at the Dean William Lake Cultural Center, 8 p.m. The countdown is on for this much anticipated show. Who will be the next Queen of Labor? Will it be Denisha Samuel, St. Mary's South, Casey Vitalis, St. Mary's North, Teresha Nathan, St. John's City South, Delika West, St. Paul, Carissa Corbett, St. John's City West, Makisha Brown, St. John's Rural North, Lenique Stanislaus, St. John's Rural South, Antigua. Get ready for this elegant affair. Labor Queen Pageant 2023.
Attention, Antigua Barbuda. Get ready to jam this Labor Day with the Antigua Trades and Labor Union and the Antigua Barbuda Labor Party. It's Fort Way for Labor Day. Jam all the way down to Fort with Red Hot Flames on the road. Then witness an amazing lineup of artists, including King Shortshirt, Menace, Claudette Peters, Sion Winter, Island Prince, Empress, Richie Francis, G Eve, Lyrics Band and the LSA Band, Simone, Young Lyrics, Ratigan, Petron, Young Destroyer, Ricardo Drew. Let's take this to the next level. Fort Way for Labor Day. It's the Labor Day Jam. Monday, May 1st. You have to come.
Do you need efficient, high-quality cleaning and sanitization service that puts you, your health, and safety first? Then look no further. JanServe is here to serve you. We specialize in deep cleaning, sanitization, and waste management services. JanServe also sources advanced technology to find innovative, safe, and cost-effective ways of enhancing your approach to feminine hygiene, sanitary waste disposal at the workplace and home. Visit us today on Sir George Walter Highway or give us a call at 786-SERVE. That is 786-7378 or 562-4652 or 561-1472. Let JanServe serve you.
Revival, revival. Let the winds of revival fire fall on us. In this season of challenging times, we need to activate the gift of grace upon our lives. The time is here. The time is now for a great outcry for the Lord to intervene in our lives. We at the Glorious Hope Ministries are happy to invite you to our new location on Emerson Drive and All Saints Main Road, opposite Licks, for an awesome week of revival and renewal where you will find room for the gift of grace for your life. Come and listen to the words of life from our guest speaker, Pastor Dr. Conroy Reynolds from California, USA. Pastor Conroy Reynolds has a rich and varied background as a pastor, administrator, counselor, writer, and educator, and he will be here for our special revival. It's all happening from Saturday, April 29th at 10 a.m., Sunday, April 30th to Friday, May 5th at 7 p.m., and on Saturday, May 6th at 10 a.m. It is going to be a life-changing experience. Don't miss it, and we will see you there. Come and be blessed.
Yay! Whoosh! Island is upgrading the entire broadband network to fiber!
Everything?
Everything!
And that means...
Speeds up to 500 megabits per second!
So I can watch all my movies on Netflix. Fast download of really big
Whoosh!
all my gaming. Oh, and of course, my online school. Whoosh! And with packages starting as low as $189.99 per month. iNet Fiber broadband network is stronger, more reliable, faster, and unlimited. We're ready to upgrade our first set of customers, so check your area status on apoainet.ag/fiber. It's time. Welcome to the good life.
You're listening to 99.1 Point FM. This is Point FM 99.1.
I swear I never been addicted to views like this, but the prices, Lord, they got me going crazy. Come touching from every angle so you can see the reason they amaze me. Yeah. If you want the best in sheetrock and plywood, cement, steel and plumbing, they're set good. Everybody knows you said good.
Great news! It's Jews now open on Sunday. That's right. Spread the news. Jews open 8 a.m. to 12 noon on Sundays. It's Jews. Best deals, best brands, and best prices in town. Call us at 462-1210 for more information. It's Jews. Everything set good.
You're listening to 99.1 Point FM. This is Point FM 99.1.
Our nation stand for progress. Don't sit there and let it fall. Participation leads to success. Come now and hear me call. Don't be an ungrateful citizen who bad talk this country like hell. Ignorance wouldn't pay. Hear me well. We must depend on ourselves for our continued existence. Don't ruin this place with no bad talk and violence. Don't you bad talk this country. Regardless how hard our suffering might be. We are not the only one that is hit by inflation. Unemployment's all over. The world is trapped by this. Show your action of interest mixed with hope, and you will find there's no problem with which we cannot cope. If we toil and toil, jump shoulder to the plow, more work, less talk. We move along somehow, we too damn far for progress to turn back now. Rampant tax evasion would drive us down in despair. A rampant tax avoidance would deplore financial affair. We must not blame nations scar this land through our own social neglect. Hypocrisy certainly pose a threat. The nation's success depends on the things that we do or say. The success of tomorrow depends on us for today. So don't you bad talk this country, regardless how hard our suffering might be. We are not the only one that is hit by inflation. Unemployment's all over. The world is trapped by this day. Show your action of interest mixed with hope, and you will find there's no problem with which we cannot cope. If we toil and toil, jump shoulder to the plow, more work, less talk. We move along somehow, too damn far for progress to turn back now.
Okay. Okay, welcome back, Antigua Barbuda. Glad to know that you're locked and tuned to us here at 99.1 FM, bringing us back into the swing of things. One there from the late Mighty Swallow. Don't bad talk your country. You're into the Brown and Brown show for today, the 29th day of April, 2023. We're getting set to say goodbye to the fourth month of 2023 and getting set to celebrate Labor Day. What a fitting way to come back, of course. Prime Minister Brown is still with us, so don't forget, coming up at around 6:45, we'll be speaking to Seba. That's an individual, that young lady is coming here to speak with us from One World Tour about Reggae in the Park. It's going to be a big one on the schedule, of course, for this year, of course. It's going to be a big one. I understand some big names are going to be at the show, so I'm wondering if Donna is going to be there. I know she loves her reggae. I know that Lamin might just happen to be there. I'm going to be there, so why Prime Minister is going to be there, I'm sure,
as long
well.
as not liquor man if I follow Lamb.
It's Monday night?
It's Monday night. Monday night.
Yeah.
Tuesday the 2nd. All right, so we'll be talking to someone, one of their representatives, to talk to us here. That person will be joining us in studio. Prime Minister, we're on the cusp of another celebration for Labor Day. And tomorrow, for sure, I know that we're going to be having a church service at the Bowlands Pentecostal Church. It begins at around 9 in the morning, I think.
Correct.
Yeah, so we have to be all the way out in Bowlands early and bright tomorrow, celebrating. Absolutely. And then later in the evening, we're going to have the big Queen Show.
That's right.
At Dean William Lake Cultural Center. How many young ladies, Jupiter?
8, 7.
7? I know you would know. I know you would know, Lamin. I know you would know. 7, right? 7 of them, and they're going to be strutting the stage, of course, vying for the title of Labor Queen 2023. Also, Labor Day, Monday, not only celebrated here in Antigua Barbuda, but throughout most of the English-speaking Caribbean countries. And we're going to be celebrating in grand style. We want you to come on down. We want you to come on down to the VC Bird Bus 9 o'clock on Monday morning. We're going to wind our way when we're finished with the speeches. I know Prime Minister Brown, you're going to be speaking, chairman of the party as well. And I'm sure that representatives from the Antigua Trades and Labor Union will be speaking most definitely. And then we'll march all the way to 46 North Street. And then with the musical sounds of LSN Burning Flames, all the way down to Fort James. It's going to be a really big event. Last year was really big, but I believe this year is going to be much bigger. Prime Minister, I see you're ready to comment on that.
No, I just want to endorse what you said and to encourage our people to come out in their numbers. We want to ensure that all of our members, especially senior members, our ministers, parliamentarians, those in the upper and lower houses, our board members, we expect to have a good showing, and we are asking all of our comrades and well-wishers to come out in their numbers. It's very important that we have a good showing and to show our opponents who is boss, who rules Antigua and Barbuda, who has the support of the people of Antigua and Barbuda, who is the People's Choice. The People's Choice is the Antigua and Barbuda Labour Party. So even though we had a relatively close elections because, circumstances are such that, a number of people are frustrated, unemployment, high food prices and so on. Those are issues that are obviously getting better. And the lies too, yeah. So we expect to have a good showing, and we have no doubt that we will, as usual, toast the UPPAWU. I see that they're trying to blunt our participation by telling people how they must come out and march with them against us. And not to march with the Labour Party. But again, the Labour Party institutionally is still strong, and I'm sure that we'll have a good showing. So I cannot reiterate how important it is for our comrades to come out. Last elections, I find that too many of them stayed at home and they're watching on Facebook Live. That's not good enough. You need to come and show your physical presence. That is what counts, because sometimes, in politics, your opponent's development momentum, if the physical presence is stronger of the opposition, then it sends a signal that maybe you may be losing. So I think that our well-wishers and our supporters, they must understand that it's important for them to come and show their face and to give full support in person.
All right, and the cost, there's somebody who's asking the cost for the tickets for the Queen Show. I think it's about $35.
$35.
35 EC dollars.
Yeah, correct.
All right. Okay, so are we ready to open up, Lamin?
Before you go to that, Senator, I just want to read an article here that was sent to me by Senator Shaul, coming out of St. Kitts. And then let me say, Senator Shaul is a much better investigative journalist than Nikki Phoenix. Senator Shaul actually always, he goes searching and so on, and he always finds evidence. And the reason I'm reading this, Senator, because earlier this week I heard David Messiah on with Jackie Quinn, and he said that on Monday they're going to be marching against, a number of issues, and one was the water situation in Antigua and Barbuda.
And distrust.
Exactly.
Lock arms in distrust or something.
Yes. Yeah. But remember, we read an article that came out of Barbados this week, Senator, when you and I were on. We read an article.
The Talking Point Show.
Yes, on the Talking Point Show. And that article was sent to me by a friend of mine out of Barbados. But this one was sent to me by Senator Shaul, and it reads, dry season woes. St. Kitts rations water due to drought conditions. And it reads, a lack of rainfall in St. Kitts has forced the Water Service Department to implement a water rationing schedule for the island. The St. Kitts Water Service Department says a water rationing schedule has been put in place whereby water will be closed off between 9 p.m. and 5 a.m. daily. Residents have been encouraged to store water to meet their needs during the interruptions in the public supply. The department explains this action, which affects all water consumers in St. Kitts, is as a result of reduced rainfall, which means there is less water to distribute. It states, based on rainfall data received from the meteorological services, the accumulated rainfall up to March 31st, 2023 was 200 millimeters, less than 50% of what was received for the same period in 2022. All consumers in St. Kitts are now required to practice conservation measures as to minimize the duration of water interruptions. The water, and this is the part that is most significant to me. The Water Service Department notes it is taking steps to increase our water production capacity to enable a 24-hour supply even during the annual dry seasons. Now, why this is significant to me? Because they're now just taking these measures. When we would have implemented these measures, PM, over 2 years ago?
No, man, from 2015.
2015, precisely.
Well,
Precisely.
20 started with the paying off of SEMCOP.
Yes.
So that would be what, 2015?
22 million in 2014, if you're
There you go.
Yeah.
So it's 2014, Donna, you're correct.
And then we built the Arrow plant out in Pigeon Point in 2015. We improved the one at Fries when we added 2 more plants there. The one at Camp Blizzard and now here at Fort James.
But you forget the big one, the 2 million one at Barnacle Point.
Barnacle Point, correct.
That was done in 2016, 2017.
Right.
Yeah.
And Prime Minister, we're now putting a second one at Fort
James.
and then the big one that will go in
And
Bethesda.
I just gave instructions to add a third one at Fort James.
See,
a third one.
A third one. Yes. There you go.
And remember, we still have a 3 million gallon plant to
That
be
will
installed
go
in Bethesda.
Bethesda.
Most of that plant is here already.
Okay.
It's going to take us a few months to install it and to complete the physical infrastructural work, the civil infrastructural works.
But Prime Minister, what I notice about the Bethesda area that it does have a lot of sargassum weeds, so something is
Sure.
going to have to do to mitigate against that
Well,
when
what-
that plant goes in.
What we suggested to them is that we should be using wells, because what we found at Fort James, example, whenever you have these wells,
It takes up
you
the
can't
pipe.
operate the plant.
Can't operate the plant, yeah.
So we will be investing a few more $1 million now to build wells. They're very expensive, total up to $800,000 US each.
Okay.
So we'll be doing that. Look, it's work in progress, and we understand the inconveniences, but we're making the investments. Even the repiping, we have to accelerate the repiping, and that too will take place. I'm pretty sure that, look, give us a little more time, and we're going to have this water matter or issue under control.
Including the pumps that were promised as well, because there are people who are living on elevated
high pressure
areas.
pumps, yeah.
Correct.
And they have been asking us here at
Correct.
Point FM, what's happening? Are they going to be using the pumps as well to drive
as
the
I
one?
said too, there's no off-the-shelf solution. So even in St. Kitts, it may take them at least 18 months to 2 years before they can install a single plant.
And they would have the same distribution problem eventually. Everybody's going to end up with that distribution problem because all of us under colonialism
Correct.
would have had the same substructure.
Precisely.
Those pipes, those pipes fatter than you. Right? The diameter of those pipes are bigger than you, and trust me, they're rusty.
Yeah.
And when you have the holes in them that are rusty, one of the holes, the rust and all can be big just as your size. Because I have one up on my farm that got ruptured, so I know what they look like physically. That's not no easy undertaking to repipe an entire country. No.
Exactly.
But the point I'm making with all of this is that when you hear them and they try to praise the situation or praise the government, in Barbados, PM. And St. Kitts. But in no way I am diminishing the government of Barbados. But when they praise the government of Barbados by saying, oh, look at Barbados, let us use Barbados as the model. And Senator, the article that we read from Barbados
remember
today.
Barbados is an MDC.
Precisely.
A more developed country.
Exactly. And they're now asking, the farmers and so on in Barbados are now asking the government to be proactive, and we might have to go to desal water. They're now asking for that. When this is something we have done, PM 7-8 years ago.
Now, the other thing you need to note, that both Barbados and St. Kitts, they get more precipitation, more
I
rainfall
was
than Antigua and
exactly,
Barbuda.
especially St.
So
Kitts.
we had a situation in which we, on average, Antigua and Barbuda would have gotten probably about, let's say, 30-something inches. Now, Barbados is getting probably about 48, 50 and complaining that it's not enough. St. Kitts is getting more too. But remember, for the last 2 years, we have seen precipitation falling to about 16 to 18 inches. That is like crisis proportions. You know, you can't. There's no way you can replenish the aquifers with that level of rainfall.
All right. Prime Minister, before we open up the lines, I saw item 5 from the cabinet notes where it says the Minister of Education reported that the Sir Novell Richards Academy is now fenced, removing one of the conditions that caused the Union of Teachers to withhold their services following the post-Easter holidays.
That was work in progress while they were striking. You know, I made the point there was no need for that type of industrial action.
Did you guys speak about the nurses?
We
today?
never.
No.
My understanding, we're making progress with the nurses, and they've been a little more responsible, to be honest. But I had made the point that everything that the teachers' union asked for, my administration, the cabinet agreed, and it was work in progress. So the fact that the Sir Novell Richards fence had not was not completed at the time, that would not have been a basis for them to take industrial action. It was totally unnecessary.
Not really, because the quest is to agitate with as many from the union, with as many pockets in the civil servants as possible, because the union comprises a lot of workers, and if they can get the workers and get the bandwagon effect and the sympathy of other people, what they're trying to do with the teachers was to resurrect.
Agitate.
But to resurrect the 1979 emotion.
Yes.
Emotion. And they thought, but at the same time, they're disadvantaging the children. So the parents, and all were being disadvantaged because they can't go work, they're coming off of a vacation, time to go back out now, they're worried about what to do with the children. So they really weren't getting the cooperation that they hoped they would have gotten from the public. So that really was not really about defense or about the security.
Raw politics.
It was raw politics.
Okay, so Prime Minister, any update on the Alpha Nero? I understand that there were just about 20 bids.
We have a number of bids, but again, we're waiting for the lifting of the sanctions by the Treasury Department. So we have the full support of the State Department, but unfortunately, the Department of Treasury has been relatively slow in completing the documentation for lifting of the sanctions. We should have a follow-up later this week, and we'll get further information as to when we're likely to see a lifting of the sanction.
All right. Okay, we're going to open up the lines ahead of our guests whenever...
And talk about the sanction on the boat, yeah?
Colin, before you open up the lines and before the guests come in, I just wanted to make a comment about something y'all discussed before I came. I heard the Prime Minister speaking about when he went to Villa School, and I saw a video clip. And whilst I understand that, we have to guard against our children being influenced by the negative behavior, because old people say pick an egg in a hand right in the big people something, and it's what we expose them to, and they're emotionally impressionable and all of that, and that was that negative experience. However, the other children, when they saw the Prime Minister come, one of them sing out, Gaston Brown! And I was watching the video, I had to go back and watch it a couple of times. And at first I posted this, and I have to say, just allow me to read both things that I posted. When I saw it first, I said... Yes, that one. Yeah. But you have to look further down, and I think I reposted it, so maybe you can look at my page. But you can show the video, and I can read what I posted. I said... Look at that reception.
Yeah, Gaston Brown.
Let me give you
my back again, Jupiter.
Yes. It's sweet but bad.
Yeah, okay, go ahead, Donna.
Okay, so my first impression was, that's why I must say, them know innately them know. Them unaffected by lies, rhetoric, defamation, propaganda, investigation, inquiry, hate, bile, venom. Them untarnished, them innocent, them genuine, them no. But then after watching that video a couple of times, I went back, and this was what I had to post in a more mature way than just them no. So I said I returned to this post to comment. On approach, soon as the PM was recognized, someone sounded out Gaston Brown with 2 E's affectionately. It's the first time I heard a one-word song. The child did not speak his name. The child lustily, loudly, and proudly sang his name, Gaston Brown. But notice the orange shirt boy. Not to be deprived or denied by obscurity, the boy in the orange shirt with a smile as broad as the Milky Way darted from behind the column that impeded his view. He strided straight to the Prime Minister and embraced him with a hug that remained on the PM's back even as the PM enveloped the other children. Orange shirt boy did not remove his hand at all while the PM hugged the others. As if his confidence was not bold enough, having beaten all the others from his handicap behind the column, after throwing his arms wide open to hug the PM, maintaining the PM in his embrace, the way a mother holds her child in her daycare, he proceeded to request a photo. This child is outstanding, remarkable, and relatable. He depicts the admiration of his peers and adults too. Sadly, the Prime Minister's detractors are much too envious to appreciate the humility, sincerity, and charisma of the man. His opponents insidiously attack his reputation with outrageous, incredulous lies to undermine and destroy him. The children are innocent and unaffected by the propaganda. Despite the destructive efforts, the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda is the most positively influential person in Antigua and Barbuda. The reaction of children demonstrates that they perceive him as approachable, lovable, and admirable. I need not comment on the PM's gracious parental skills displayed in the body language. No resistance, no hesitation, no airs, no hierarchy, just modesty and a bright, dignified personality. Leadership at its simplest yet best. Prime Minister, me have to big you up on that little video. And also, let me just
beautifully written.
Thank you. But
Very poetic.
let me just take this opportunity to tell you, when me talk to my grandchildren, then nowadays me tell them, hey, our Prime Minister said, no limit your ambition.
No limit your ambition.
And then say, true. So, thank you
by
for
the
that
way,
too.
very appropriate, all our athletes, for example, I mean, they should be aspiring to play for some international team, to be in the FIFA World Cup.
Yes.
Even
The
to play in the
Olympics.
NBA, Olympics. Don't limit your ambition.
Yeah, me take on that to heart.
Okay.
Two sermon are young.
It's now exactly
Senator,
6:30.
I have to leave you and,
Yeah.
and PM and coming down prematurely.
Okay.
So I have somewhere to go. Since I won't
Me
be
don't
in
like
until
when
next
man use
week.
the word premature, but it can mean something.
Well,
I don't mean
Well,
having
we
a baby
understand.
something
We,
else.
we understand. Donna already let the cat out of the bag since yesterday.
Oh, she let the cat out of the bag. But let me just
exhausted.
let me just say to you, before I go, that remember Miss Smith will be going to church tomorrow with Senator Shaul.
And a church, she said she wasn't gonna.
Where?
At some party or some outing she want.
In a church.
So she has a plan.
Oh, but she will be riding with Senator Shaul.
She a dockyard. Me think she want to go with Senator Show, not church.
Oh, on the church.
Lamin, we say goodbye to you, Lamin.
Yes.
We say goodbye to you
Yes,
as we continue to push our way. And of course, we're looking forward, of course, to having a good time leading into Labor Day, which is Monday. We're going to open up the lines while Lamin makes his
next
exit.
Saturday, going to our King's coronation.
Oh, yes. So we have to make sure that we have a filler. There's somebody to fill the gap here. All right, so listeners, it's now time. We're engaging you now. It's now time for you to join us live on air as we await our guests as well. So 562-3989, that's 562-3989. 562-3989 or 562-2991. The numbers to call to get you live on air. For those of you wishing to send us your WhatsApp messages, our WhatsApp board number is 729. That's 729-7102. I repeat, 729-7102. And for those of you in the U.S., your number, as usual, it's 718-285-7889. I repeat, 718-285-7889. Someone is here already. Let's go to the telephone lines and see who's joining us. Hi, good evening. You're live.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good evening.
And Mr. Prime Minister and Donna.
Good evening.
Mr. Prime Minister, Damian Brown here.
How are you doing?
Not too bad, sir.
Good.
I have two issues I'm going to talk about today. So one is in regards to the old beds that are up to the western side of the yard and the Science Institute. Can you have send somebody up there as soon as possible to have them removed?
The old beds?
Yes.
Oh, these are beds that are discarded?
Yeah, apparently.
So CBH, so what do you need? CBH to collect them?
Whoever it is, solid waste, have them removed. But that's not the issue I have with that. Is that you have people who are in charge of these facilities and they do they have to call about
Okay, so let me ask you, these are beds, old beds to go to landfill?
Old beds, yes,
okay.
sir.
All right.
So what I'm saying, people should not have to call, see these things have to call. They should be taken straight there. Once you're going to take all equipment, whatever it is, out of a building, don't put it into the yard. It doesn't look good.
Agreed.
Have it straight to a truck.
They could have even asked Public Works to send the truck to take it on to the landfill.
Right away.
Yeah.
That's double work you're going to create. Having to put them outside, then send another team back to take them up to take. And then you have talking, because now I heard it on another radio station today, some issue about something going on, whatever it is. But things like these, it makes politicians look bad. You look at politicians not doing the work when it's the people, in fact, the technicians who are in charge of these, the job. It doesn't.
No worries, we'll have them removed. Not a
Give
problem.
me a chance, Mr. Prime Minister. I want the job to be in charge of something that has to do with it. I'm not joking. I'm tired of driving around this country and talking on the radio and talking and getting me nowhere, the country nowhere. Another issue now, solar panels being on top of house roofs are being installed. It has a reflective issue when it comes back to the sun. We're building a lot of homes. Rooftops are shiny. It reflects back to the, you understand? Rainfall. I'm talking about rainfall. We don't plant trees here. That's one of the things. We cut down trees, we don't replant. So think about it. Dominica, green country, not a lot of people, not many homes as we do here. So just think about nature and reflecting a mirror, having a mirror, you shine it back up in, the sun is shining down to you and then you shining it back up. Rain goes where rain, money go where, people every day they saying money go where money day. And if you talk negative come to you. So I suppose now we have this initiative where we paint our rooftops or have manufactured the rooftops to be green instead of them being silver. You understand? So we in other words, we are imitating the vegetation. Even if we don't have play areas for the vegetation, we can imitate vegetation. So basically, you're fooling nature. And it can be done. So these are some of the things that we do. That people create reefs, man-made reefs to create nature, have nature to grow. It's something that we need to do right now. We don't have the land space. We're using it up.
We have an artificial reef in Barbuda that is doing very well.
Yes,
it was actually carried on MSNBC and is now celebrated as a potential export product for the future. Yeah.
So, Mr. Prime Minister, I consider myself to be very intelligent. Some people don't. That's too bad for them. But I know what I can do.
Right.
Don't limit your ambitions.
And let me say this, there are different types of intelligence, yeah? There's some of us who would have had exposure to go to university and specialize in certain areas, but it doesn't make it as authority and everything. So
True.
Intelligence
some people go to school, but some people don't learn. A lot of people go to school, but not a lot of people learn. Okay? Remember that.
Okay.
So, Mr. Prime Minister,
yes,
when can I come and see you? After Labor Day.
Well, immediately after Labor Day, I'm traveling to United Kingdom to go to our King's coronation.
So when
What done now? Look, what I'm telling you that PM come closer to your microphone. The two of you. Anyway, go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. So when will we be back, sir? I'm serious about this. We need
No,
to talk.
I'm serious. I mean, until
when is
such
the date?
time
Give me
as we
time and
become a
a date.
republic, we have to pay homage and extend, behaving in good stead and keeping good stead with
among the
His Majesty.
Commonwealth.
His Majesty.
Understood. So when will you be back, sir?
I believe I'm there for about 4 days, 5 days, somewhere around there.
So let's aim for
I'm
next
overnighting
Monday,
in New York
next Tuesday.
and then catching a flight there about 4 or 5 days. Yeah. So the following week, yeah, I'll be in office.
So I'm trying to make an appointment with you. Next
No worries.
Tuesday.
That's fine. Call the office, ask Lynette, and she'll set you up. Cool.
Okay. All right. Let's go to the WhatsApp board. This one says, Colin, please find out from the Prime Minister what's going on with Liat. Please don't something fast. I know about 10 of Liat pilots going to Trinidad to work for
Cal
Airline.
That's
and
correct.
Cal plan to get more planes to fly in the Caribbean. Prime Minister, Antigua people need work. Please press on hard to bring back Liat.
Well, we're trying our best.
Your response.
We're trying our best. I think that the administrator is now seeking to wind up 74 and to start 2020 as soon as possible. So we should have an update. We're also looking at other prospective investors, and we've been talking to other regional governments as well to invest in the new Liat. So again, we have to accelerate the wind-up of 74 in order to start 20. And I'm told that progress has been made, but as you know, there are regulatory issues to be satisfied to get the AOC for 2020, and I presume that will take a few more months.
All right. Let's go back to the telephone lines and see who's with us. Hi, good evening. You're live.
Good afternoon to the panel.
Good evening. Yes.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Goldie the Great.
Mr. Prime Minister, I'm talking seriously about Trevor Walker, right? When the army, our armed force was in Barbuda helping, taking care of the rubbish and doing the duties, you remember Trevor Walker gathered his party and went down to the building and formed a human ring around the building?
Yes.
So the army man can't come out and none can go in. You don't think that is tantamount to treason?
No, that's sedition. That's what I was trying to find out from Tony. The incitement of that kind of... I don't think it's treason.
No, what I'm talking about is you go to the armed force, the army, and surround them with intention of nobody going out, nobody coming out. That's the army. Our armed force was sent by the government to clean up Barbuda. I think, Mr. Prime Minister, I think when Trevor Walker come to Antigua, after that he should have been arrested and charged for incited violence against our armed force, our number one force.
Agreed.
And that's what this
Okay,
sedition is.
thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
All right, and thank you so much. Okay, let's go to the U.S. U.S., good evening. You're on.
Good evening, Colin. Good evening to my
good evening.
Prime Minister. Good evening, Donna.
Mama, how are you?
Good evening, Mama.
I was just wanted to ask the Prime Minister and Colin to a situation happened many years ago in Antigua, 1994. Right? You remember the computer challenge here with Barbuda, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Four Barbudans do some damage there. I'm not going to pretend it because one of the young man there, he's still in prison up to now. But what is it? When the news come over there, they say Barbuda, they say Antigua and Barbuda, right?
Sure.
Yeah, Antigua and Barbuda, and he's in Antigua and Barbuda prison now. So now how do you not say Antigua and Barbuda? Why do they say Barbuda land?
My passport have on Antigua and Barbuda.
Mine too.
My passport, every document that I have still, right, have a citizen of Antigua and Barbuda. If they have a U.S., they say mark as citizen of Antigua and Barbuda. Right? So I just say, how do they say they are in Barbuda prison? They're in Antigua and Barbuda prison. That's all I said to say, Prime Minister, don't back off from them. Don't back off from them. I'm not rejoicing of the young man in prison since he was 18 because he's calling not a young man also. Because
he has some pickets, right? Has some roots in pickets.
His mother is some pickets. He mother is some pickets. His mother is some pickets next door neighbor to us. Next door neighbor to us.
He has some roots
right?
there, yeah.
I remember I said, when I went and take a pastor, bring them a couple of them to church, and when the guy look at me, he tell the rest prison, boy, he a big man now, He a big man now, right? Because when I leave Antigua, he was a little boy. Right? So he's in Barbuda prison, he's in Antigua and Barbuda prison. and the news come over citizen of Antigua and Barbuda go up on the computer challenge yacht to commit a crime.
By the way, so Trevor was born in Antigua too, you know.
But
is that true?
But
Who they say he daddy be?
The late
oh Lord, Jack.
No, it's not the late Ruben Harris. But what's his name? Mussington grew up here. Mussington, I remember sometime in the 80s, I believe 1986, when we had A-levels, gave us a tour of the mangrove right here at Judge Bay. I think he's a biologist or something of that nature.
Marine biologist.
So we were quite impressed too. I mean, he taught us the mangrove system, and it was part of our course offering at the time. So I first met him then. He was living and working here in Antigua. Then he moved to Barbuda, and just puppy showing himself, making himself a fool. At the end of the day, these individuals, even the activists, almost invariably they position themselves to power. Yeah? So whereas he appeared as though he had no political interests, notice now that he ran for a council seat, and that's a stepping stone now to run as a politician.
Yes.
In fact, I'm told he's been telling people privately that he's going to displace Trevor Walker. So he has ambition, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not hitting the ambition, but I'm saying here is that sometimes they appear as though that they are not partisan and that they are defending country when it's opportunity to looking for. They want opportunity to lead.
Clearly. All right, let's go back to the telephone lines. Who's with us? Hi, good evening. Welcome to the Brown and Brown Show.
Good evening, Colin.
Good evening.
Good evening, Donna.
Good evening.
Okay, just as well Golden Luck say I'm with him. But he says nobody above the law. You know what I mean? So if you do something about the law, you're supposed to get arrested. I heard somebody said that some gentleman was an observer, and he just...
Lescott? I think we've lost him, All right, let's go to the other caller who is waiting here. Hi, good evening. Welcome to the Brown and Brown Show. Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. You're live.
I call him for weeks now, but I didn't get in.
Well, you're in now. You're live. You're on the air.
I have some questions directed to the PM.
Yeah.
Hope you'll be diligent in answering these. There's actually 5 questions. The first one is, right, what would be done to mitigate road congestion? Because as you see, as days goes by, you would see that the increase in number of vehicle activities on the road, especially in the hours of the early.
But I don't know if you're thinking about overpass and so on. I don't think we're at that stage. I don't think we have the level of congestion that would require that type of infrastructure. There may be some opportunities to put in some additional by roads to reduce the traffic flows on some of those major arteries. So those are areas that we're looking at as well.
Repair them, but we have a good mapping of by roads.
I think so too. And to repair them, yeah, correct.
You actually concluded some other question where I was going to ask if there's crown land allocated for new highways to be constructed.
I wouldn't say necessarily highways at this point.
Overpass.
Yeah.
Well, by roads, really, yeah.
One of the areas that we want to open up, it may take some time, but there's this southern area here going into English Harbour, where you have around the area Dwegs Estate and so on. Dwegs are called over there. Dwegs, yeah. Or where the Walter land is, there's a major road there that take you right down to the sea, down to the Walter Estate.
That's a bad road.
We have to open up that road, and that in itself will actually create maybe yet another access to one of the most beautiful beaches on the island.
Right. Third question.
And it will open up land around that area too. Plus, somebody was telling me about a road that we need to build. I don't know quite know the directions. It's Cameron Mulvin Joseph, I think, who told me about it, to open up land, especially in that area.
Going down Sugarloaf Mountain to go behind it, going towards Old Roadside.
Yeah, right, correct. But again, I don't know the precise directions, but I'm told
but it links to Wallins. So if you can walk from Dwegs, well, I've walked from Dwegs. Or from Wallins, you can walk there. This guy used to have sheep and
go right around English Harbour?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So look, we have some additional roads to open up, and that in itself too
That doesn't take you all
will
the way
even
down to
create some more building lots, some beautiful building lots.
The road not straight.
And even land for development throughout the country, especially in that undeveloped area.
But a lot of mango trees and so between there. Eh?
Okay.
We have a lot of fruit trees.
All right, caller, your next question.
Yes, please. This goes to my third question. I would have asked something similar to this. I'm going to tie into this one. With the increase in violence within our economy, will you revise the act in which more owners can require gun permits and also businesses?
That's a solution. I can't tell you I'm convinced that increased ownership of a firearm is a solution, to be honest. We have seen what has happened in the United States in particular. I mean, that is just the Wild West right now. We have people who are just misusing these firearms. I would accept that certain individuals, based on the handling of cash and so on, and maybe even their position within the society, could make them vulnerable. And there's justification for them to have a firearm. But in terms of opening up that and to expose the entire society of firearm, I think that is extremely dangerous. And the example of the U.S. is a typical example that we should try and avoid.
Because what I was going to ask in relation to that, they have a system within the U.S. where there's a first-person self-defense, where person in society are trained by, like, I think the U.S. Army or the Navy, and they're getting that type of training and putting them in situations, let's say, attempted robbery, home invasions, and stuff like that, making them more equipped in terms of, ready-proof in terms of situations like what we're seeing now.
Yeah, but you have to balance that with all of the shootings that have taken place in the U.S. in which innocent people have gotten killed. So I don't know if we want to go that route. I think, too, that the U.S., if it had the opportunity to reform its gun laws, it probably would have reduced the amount of firearms that are available to its citizens and residents. But obviously, the gun lobby is a very powerful lobby, and they've not been able to make those changes. And the senseless shootings in schools, churches, and so on, it's far more prevalent in the United States than any other country on the planet. So evidently there's a problem there with their gun laws. One of the problems that we have within the Caribbean is that their guns have been exported to the region and they're being utilized in a number of homicides. It's a problem that we have within the region. In fact, the recent conference in Trinidad and Tobago addressed that issue. And you may be aware that Antigua and Barbuda and one other Caribbean country, or two other Caribbean countries, Jamaica and another one, have actually joined Mexico to sue the gun manufacturers in the United States, because at the end of the day, we consider crime to be a public health issue. I can't say it is as bad here in Antigua and Barbuda compared to other countries. We've seen an escalation in a number of OASIS countries. We know Trinidad. We know Trinidad and Jamaica. They've always had a high prevalence of crime, especially homicides. But then again, the guns are not being manufactured here in the Caribbean. They've been manufactured in the U.S. So they're contributing to this public health crisis that we're seeing within the Caribbean. And as a consequence, we have joined Mexico to bring legal action against those gun manufacturers.
Right, sir. If you allow me to have two more questions, I'll be really quick.
Go ahead quickly.
The last one ties into what I just said. I know some time ago I would have spoke about CDV cameras on St. John's. Is that something still in the work frame?
We have some. We need to expand them. But we do have a system in place. It was not working for some time, but we have gotten them operational. And the issue is now expanding that system to get broader coverage.
Right. Because even in Barbados, I know they have like an online website where you can log in individually and see like the different streets and activities and stuff like that. Yeah, that's something that's good. The last question is, I know some time ago you spoke about the clearing down of lands and stuff like that. Is there any bill in the processing or anything in the framework in terms of, passing a bill where these lands and stuff like that will be cleared down, especially in the beautifying stage?
Yes, that is one of the policy decisions of our administration. We have not completed the bill as yet. I'm hoping within a matter of months we should have a draft bill to take to Parliament and to put that policy into effect.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you. Cheers. Thank you.
All right, and thank you so much for your contribution. One from the WhatsApp board, it says here, greetings all. Prime Minister, I find it to be criminal that the Barbuda Council gets taxpayers' money every year, and no one in Antigua has ever seen audited financials from the Barbuda Council as to how responsible they are with spending our money. I just don't trust that old boys club of incompetence. That is the Barbuda Council. We need to see their audited financials. Secondly, I believe ABS should do a better job of showing the general public on a monthly or quarterly basis the sort of massive developments and transformation that is happening in Barbuda. Finally, Prime Minister, what's the latest with Half Moon Bay investment, the project and the development at Perns Point?
Yeah, so I absolutely agree with them that we need to hold the Barbuda Council accountable.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that the accountant general will be touching base with them because they just do not account. They continue to make the claim that the $6.5 million that we give them annually is not enough. Now, it was due some $10 million because their payroll would have reduced from about 7, almost 800 persons down to no more than 400 because a lot of the workers have actually left and are now working with PLH. So we feel that the 6.5 million is sufficient. Now, another thing that they have not accounted for is that the number of businesses now in Barbuda that are paying ABST, including PLH, and the monies go to the Barbuda Council. So
and then there would be guest levy too if you have guests staying over.
Exactly, which goes to the Barbuda Council. So they're not taking into consideration the additional revenue that they would have achieved as a result of the growth in the Barbudan aspect
local
of the
economy.
So they're giving the impression as though the policy is punitive. It's not punitive. In fact, what it is designed to do is to
net off.
wean all these people, these 800 people who they had on the payroll. And even though this too, they have them, many of them on the payroll for political purposes to control them and to keep them in this ignorance and to continue to promote this myth of collective ownership and so on and to exploit them politically. So they are arguing against it, but we think it's a fair amount. And obviously, at some point, we'll look at increasing it. But the problem that we have with them is that they're not accounting. And my understanding, they're giving themselves loans as council members. They even claims that there's misappropriation
The
of funds.
bylaws allow them to do that?
Well, I don't think so. And the other thing about it too, they do not produce anything. So they have not attracted a single. The BPM that has governed Barbuda for about 40 plus years. In fact, I don't know if you recognize that Antigua Labour Party is the only entity that would have had a council that governed Barbuda for a 5-year period. The remaining period of about 40 years exclusively BPM. But they have not attracted a single project to Barbuda. They have done nothing. So you have these people who've been elected year after year, decade after decade, bringing no value to the Barbudan people, just making mischief. And that's why, by the way, they have to make mischief. Because there's no, if they don't make mischief, the Barbuda people turn against them because they bring no value.
Yeah.
So it is perhaps their strategy to justify and to probably convince the Barbudan people that they're working for them and they're protecting them, protecting them from the Antiguan government from stealing their land, stealing inverted commas. So that rhetoric is just about their own relevance, political relevance. And they know it's not true, Trevor Walker has spoken to me personally, privately, on several occasions. And I said to him, Trevor, Barbuda cannot develop without a well-developed property rights system. And he agreed with me.
Of course, he's not stupid.
He agreed with me. But at the same time, in order to ensure his relevance and to continue to hold on to the seat and the council, he plays the game. But I have to tell you, I don't have the heart to play that kind of game, I mean, for me to do that, I'd rather go home because I feel as I'm deceiving the people. And then
it's timing their progress.
But not only that, down the road, when the people wake up, they may be in a slumber. But when they wake up and they recognize that you and others have been lying to them for decades,
keeping them down.
What do you think will happen? And I was having a discussion with someone, about all the bad raps I've had, and I'm not complaining. I'm accustomed to it. I mean, I was getting blows politically. I'm immune now. But invariably, with all the issues, I'll be vindicated. So those who fought me here at Booby Alley to improve the lot, when we done build out these condos, I'll be vindicated. In Barbuda, we're expanding and improving Barbuda. As the person said there, the text messenger, the person who sent a message. we should be doing regular features of Barbuda so people can see the development that is taking place. So you think down the road when Barbuda is developed, who can get a praise? Leicester, VC, Baldwin. Gaston Brown can get a praise. So I'll be vindicated. And, you can go on and on. Look at what has happened with the banking sector. And maybe the next Saturday when I come, I want to show you what has happened with ACB with their profits. I see ACB bragging now that they're making $50-something million a year in profits,
Wow.
Who do you think created the opportunity? You think it's any director at ACB?
As Donna said, big
My
up the chest.
government's policy that created that opportunity for ACB to grow inorganically and to make that kind of profit.
True.
The same thing with ECAB. Who do you think created that opportunity? My government. I had to tell the workers at Caribbean Union Bank recently, the fact that you even have a bank today called Caribbean Union Bank. Who do you think rescue you? My administration. So have little manners, because plenty of them over there and them out of talk about they love labor and they back UPP. UPP have done anything for you? For UPP alone, based on how they mash up the economy, and Caribbean Union Bank couldn't make a profit, couldn't make $1 in profit. Now that's not exaggeration now. 10 years operated, they made $1 in profit. Who do you think went in there and rescued it? And then remember, used to curse me and say, it's Brian Stewart Young I'm trying to bail out. Brian Stewart Young doesn't even own maybe, I'm not sure he owns 1% of the bank in terms of the shareholding. But we went in there. And today the bank is profitable, the bank is strong. This year they're probably going to make about $3-4 million. So we have justified our investment. Our investment has grown. Plus the bank has loaned the government money for various projects, including the building out of the Senovel, which is Academy. So we have made good decisions. So all those people who curse me, right, they're going to come full circle and recognize, you know why I get plenty of blows on my government? When you do nothing, there's nothing to criticize, So a person who does nothing is precisely nothing. There's nothing to criticize. But when you're always doing and you're improving and you're making progress, you're going to always have jealousy. So if people don't jealous me and maybe hate me, then I'm not doing nothing.
Then
I'm not producing.
Then you're not producing.
Hey, he asked two more questions.
He spoke about ABS. I think you addressed that one in terms of showing the general public on a monthly or at least a quarterly basis the sort of massive developments and transformation that is taking place in Barbuda.
He asked about Half Moon Bay.
And then he said Half Moon Bay investment,
Yida,
and the development at Perns Point. So three of them, Half Moon Bay, Yida, Perns Point.
Bay, there's a major luxury brand in the UAE that has made a deposit on Half Moon Bay. It should be completed, I believe, by sometime next month. By the end of next month, and on that basis we should see a luxury resort in excess of, I'd say, at least a couple $100 million. Yida, I mean, slow movement. I mean, as I said before, they would have spent about $200 million initially, but unfortunately the free trade zone have not attracted investments as anticipated. My understanding is that they're still trying to attract investments, and there's some good prospects. But until such time, I wouldn't want us to go any further than that. And we continue to wish them good luck, because when you have an investor would have paid nearly $70 million for land, and in addition to that, would have built out infrastructure, including the administrative buildings, the roads. And so on, and $200 million. Look, you can only wish that investor well, The other one is which one now?
Perns Point.
Perns Point. There are a number of luxury homes being constructed there. I think a few weeks ago we shared one. That property, the last one that just started, is a $23 million property, I'm told. And there's several luxury properties to be built. I know they're also trying to attract a hotel there as well. I'm not too sure if they've made any progress recently on the hotel, but a number of luxury homes have been built there. And we talk about properties between 15 and about maybe $30 million.
All right, back to the telephone lines. We have someone waiting there. Thanks for your patience. Good evening. Hi, good evening. Lescott, you're not the only person on the show. Lescott, I could have just left you there hanging. I mean, the Prime Minister was explaining. I had a WhatsApp message. I have to explain this to you as well, because a lot of people don't understand. But you have to exercise some patience sometimes, Lescott.
Well,
Okay, let's not waste any more time. So just talk to me now. Go ahead.
No, but I waste some time.
Oh.
Okay, Sherry was saying the first time, nobody blah, blah, blah. You say you lost me.
Yes.
And it's up so long.
Well, listen. Just hang in there now. You on now. So let's deal with the matter. So talk. Let's hear you.
This is for the Prime Minister.
Hey, comrade.
Prime Minister Gladstone Brown.
Yes, sir.
When did you give pension an increase? This is the matter.
Yeah. Well, as I said to you when you last spoke with me,
Right.
that the negotiating committee has not met as yet. The committee is currently busy with all of the other active workers, all of the representative unions who are negotiating to get an increase. If we don't deal with those firstly, then obviously we will have some political issues to deal with. You will recognize that the various unions are now almost agitating to lock down the country. So those are the priority. We need to complete those negotiations firstly, and then we'll get to the pensioners. So we ask for continued patience.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, let's cut. You finished? Okay, I guess he's gone. Let's take another one here. Hi, good evening. You're live.
Good night. Good night, Vice Prime Minister.
Good evening.
And good night to the panel.
Good evening.
How do you doing, ma'am and sir?
Good evening.
Hold on
Fine.
to the call.
Thanks.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Prime Minister. Good evening, Colin.
Good evening.
Good evening. Firstly, Donna, I'm one of your greatest fans, one of your biggest fans. Now to the Prime Minister. Mr. Prime Minister.
Yes, sir.
The vendors for the school uniform, we have been having a torrid time, and this is now May. School will be opening in September, and we can't get $1 from the Treasury, sir.
Okay.
How are we going to buy fabric to...
I will deal with that on Tuesday.
Thank you very much,
In
sir.
fact,
Donna,
call this number 460-5100.
That not working.
460-5100?
Yeah, that not work. That doesn't work.
What do you mean?
That many times. Okay, maybe I call 562. I'll call 561.
460.
Donna.
Hello.
I'll finish with you, Mr. Prime Minister.
Yeah, we'll sort you
You
out.
have been
No
an
worries.
inspiration to the general public of Antigua and Barbuda and the diaspora. I am
Thank you.
one of your greatest fans.
Thank you. Blessings.
When I
Your
don't
name
hear
Donna?
you, I don't-
Your name Donna?
Thank you thank you on her behalf. Thank you.
Donna was
finished with me.
You're very smart.
Thank you.
Feeling good.
Thank you.
Because you bring so much values to the station and to the people of Antigua and Barbuda and the diaspora. Sometimes my daughter called me from Atlanta. What did I say? You would have done like me too.
Oh my, thank you very much. Thank you.
You all have a great night and a good weekend.
Thank you. Thank you on Donna's behalf. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, somebody says here, good evening to the panel. What happened to the secretary, Paul Ned, the once powerful voice of the Barbuda Council? Trevor run him? I don't know if y'all can answer that. I can't answer it. I haven't heard Paul Ned in a while now. Not before the council elections, neither after. So I don't know. You heard anything about him? Prime Minister?
Yeah, he's our comrade now. We're
I
trying to
see.
see how we can work with him, to effect that change in Barbuda, that very important change.
Yes.
And let me tell you, when the BPM loses next time around, they're not coming back anytime soon, Mark my word.
Okay. Based on what we're seeing going on, people are going to come to their senses.
You can see too that there's a reduction in their support.
Mm-hmm.
He won by about 100 something votes.
Mm-hmm.
That could be easily overturned. So the Barbuda seat is not safe.
Mm-hmm.
So those who feel that because elections are close, then that's an automatic win for UPP. I wish them luck. If it's one thing they would know, that we're not going to sit down and allow them to defeat us. So we expect the results at the next general elections, whenever they're called, will be far better than the 23 elections.
All right.
In favor of the Labour Party, of course.
Somebody is on the line waiting for us. Thanks for your patience. Good evening. Welcome to the Brown and Brown Show.
Good evening. Is that me?
That's you. Go ahead.
Good evening to lady and gentlemen.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Is it Paul?
I just want to correct the PM.
Okay.
With regards to the finances in Barbuda. It's not loans that the Barbuda Council are giving to people. It's grants.
That is even worse.
No, that's what I'm thinking.
That's Paul, right?
I just want to correct that statement.
You got that, Senator?
Can I ask?
So I made an error. It's not loans they give themselves, you know.
Can I ask on what authority?
Grants. Free money.
What authority are they giving the grants?
Well, I mean, I am of the opinion
Really?
there can't be two governments in one country.
Yeah, but maybe the council might have an allowance made in the bylaws.
We went wrong a long way back when we introduced two governments into one constitution.
Good point.
That is our fault. Now, our challenge is to fix that. Okay? And what the situation is in Barbuda, the reason why Barbuda is how Barbuda is because you have, look, I have so much I would want to say, but I can't do it tonight. The reality of the situation is it's not loans, Honorable Prime Minister.
I stand corrected, sir. In fact, it is even more egregious.
Yeah, free money that.
That is correct. But monies they don't have to pay back.
Wow.
Yeah, but when you get a grant, right, that's something you have to submit your invoices, your receipts, give an outline to apply for the grants. You don't just get money like that as a grant.
Let me tell you how the system works. You can see that's the problem with us who have some sort of common sense. The reality of the situation is there's a process that you have to go through a certain accordance. But in Barbuda, it's a phone call. And the phone call normally comes from the person who is an ex officio member of council, who is not supposed to move motion, vote in a resolution, but can have a discussion. Who's not supposed to hold any leadership in chairmanship or deputy chairmanship. The whole system is corrupt. And then we have people like Mackenzie Frank says it's tradition. Listen, look, let me tell you how something. If we're going to run a country, we got to either make our mind up and do it properly. Otherwise, we just decide, let it happen how it happen. You know, like when you let the pig in a farm, the mother lay down on the young and them and I realize she and the young until them all of them dead. We got to be sensible. We got to be smart. And people don't want to give back nothing to society.
But Paul, it's interesting that they can find monies to give grants to their members. But if they can't find money to pay salaries and wages.
They give grants to themselves.
That's why they give the grants, so you're going to get the money.
They can't pay wages. They can't pay utilities, not utilities, but they can't pay all their rents and housing and so forth.
Amazing.
Okay.
It is sad, but unfortunately, I'm sorry, Honorable Prime Minister, but it's not loan, it is grant.
I stand corrected, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for calling.
All right.
Good.
Okay.
You're listening to 99.1 Point FM. This is Point FM 99.1.
Now in comes the musical thing from the King's Offspring, Jesse.
Some people you're right, and them still choose to show you hate. Run them out of your yard. From them I play bad young. I them a backbiters. Hypocritical, two-sideless. We call them modern day Judas. The spreaders of rumors. Oh, them a backbiters. Hypocritical, two-sideless. We call them modern day Judas.
Hey, there's a particular reason why I'm playing that one.
Hey, so why should I be afraid of you when you bleed just like I do? The more you try fight, judge a light keeps shining too. So I've got no time for you, cause in my view you wanna step in on my shoe. You wish you never leave a loo and feel so damn confused. How every day you wake you ache boy, you know you're fake. And every step you take, I bring you closer to your grave.
Getting set for the big night.
When I easily shake, me certain say
Yeah, we're getting set for a really big night.
we guided by the
Reggae,
of the
much more powerful than any political machinery.
great. Hold them
I said it twice and I'm going to say it again.
hypocritical.
Much more powerful than any political machinery.
Modern day.
Reggae in the Park is going to be quite a big situation this time around.
Hold them about by
Over the past 11 years, Reggae in the Park has presented an impressive lineup of must-see artists, including Third World, Maxi Priest, Kaimani Marley, Steel Pulse, Damian Marley, DJ Private Ryan, Shaggy, Luciano, Christopher Martin, Junior Kelly, Taurus Riley, and much, much more, including Romain Virgo. This year's event is set to be a big one, taking it to the next level. In studio with me, of course, I have Saba. Yeah, I kept saying Saba all the time. She's Saba. She's in studio with us here, and she's going to be talking to us. Antigua Sailing Week with the collaboration of Radiance Productions and 723 Entertainment. Big things are going. It's set to host the most sensational reggae show in the park event yet. The One World Tour. And they're here. She's here to talk to us right now. I have to be at this one. I know my colleague here. I see that she's rocking as well. We are lovers of reggae, by the way. Yes. Prime Minister Brown loves reggae as well. Prime Minister Brown, this is Saba. And she's from... Yeah, Saba, so you're from 723 Entertainment,
Yes,
right?
yes,
And
I
this
am.
is a great collaboration with Radiance Productions,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Tell us about 723 Productions.
So 723, I've been doing productions over the years, really engaging with the community in different ways. So that's, environmentally focused, youth focused, globally. I'm from the States, did work in Ethiopia, and so we've been working on building in different communities for years now, 10, 15 years, focused on sustainability, education, youth, agriculture, and them things. So that's what I do in my studies outside of entertainment and looking at industrial scale of development for regenerative solutions, long-term solutions, right? And like you said, reggae music is such a powerful force.
Yes.
And so entertainment, uniting people through music, uniting people for positive reasons is a wonderful way to move things forward together.
Yes.
So 723, we deal with artists. We have just great networks, and so our collaboration with Radiance Production, who does wonderful production throughout the southern Miami and all of the Caribbean, and we would love to. Our intention in this collaboration of One World Tour is to bring good music.
Unforgettable.
Just inside, right?
Soul,
Something
soul.
that's in your soul.
Yeah.
Conscious music. Yeah.
Conscious
Yes,
music,
yes.
yes. So bring good music, build with communities where we're going, represent and encourage Caribbean unity and global unity. So we have some things lined up for the next few shows. We're so thankful to be in Antigua. Antigua is so nice.
Is it your first time
What?
here?
What?
Your first time here?
Antigua is so nice. It's an honor to be sitting next to you and to tell you this now. Like, I'm over here the whole
Appreciate it.
time just talking.
I'm in the car right now. I've had the best last 5 hours.
She just
Happy to hear
reached.
that.
She
Great.
just reached. She's here to help
Nice.
me get through, But Antigua has been so beautiful on every single level. And then I
absolutely
walk
agree.
in to the honorable Prime Minister reasoning with the people about solutions, right?
Yes,
Like,
indeed.
yeah, I could get some more talk.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
No, I'm saying, like, honestly, I feel like what I've experienced is such unity within every community, right? We're working with Antigua Sailing Week and the venues and the restaurants over there, and they're all unified in their own way, right? We're connecting with the Rasta community to check in with them. They're all unified, right? And just, I've recognized it in so many ways, just with regular people, and how everybody's just dealing. It's just such a positive.
It's going to be even more
energy.
exemplified when we come out
Yes,
on Tuesday
please.
night. It's Tuesday, right? Tuesday, the second.
Tuesday the 2nd.
2nd of May.
2nd of May, Lay Day for the sailors. You know, it's a day after Labor Day, so we know work is on Wednesday. We were trying to encourage everybody to forward early, get there early, get your tickets early. You can get them online.
What time it starts?
It starts at 5 p.m.
Oh, 5.
Yeah.
Yes.
Pretty early.
Yes.
Pretty
And
early.
we have happy hour from 5 to 7 p.m. with the Yatis. There'll be free drinks upon arrival if you get there between that time period. We want to try and curb traffic, you know, smooth rides.
Oh, that is going to be the biggest problem I've ever had
That's
going
true. It's always
to this grand occasion.
Yeah.
Always.
So we have a park and ride option. They should be releasing where those
So
locations
you're saying
are.
people are going to be shuttled into
Yes.
the venue?
Yes,
Mhm.
yes. So those details will have to be communicated. I'm not sure if that's a sailing week thing, but the venue has been organizing it similar to what they just did with Neon.
Mhm.
Right? So that similar setup should be expected. The taxis union association has been
For the One World Tour,
Mhm.
I noticed some big headliners here.
Mhm.
Protege,
Mhm.
Lila Ike, Jesse Royal, which I
Mhm.
just played, one of my
Mhm.
favorites, of course. But I was hoping that I could get the chance to see Chronix, for example.
Mhm.
I remember the last time Chronix was here, a number of people came out to the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Stadium.
Mhm.
Quite sizable, but a number of people were there on the grounds, and we had a really good show, mingling with some local artists as well. So we're looking for some big headliners. But I was really looking for Chronix, but I'm pleased to see that Protege is coming. I think it's his first time coming to Antigua,
It
right?
is. It is. It's all the artists' first time coming to Antigua. Chronix was looking forward to Antigua, actually. I think he was received so well, he wanted to come properly with some good music. And so he's working on those things. And yeah, we have the crew here to warm it up for him. Protege, Jesse Royal, Lila Ike.
Yes.
And then we have our One World Tour ambassador and DJ, which is DJ Shasa Payne Marley. And let me tell you, she only deal with shelling. She really, her music, she's so broad in her music. And really, you know, it's a guaranteed good one.
Tell us about the VVIP. I understand it's going to be enhanced. It's going to be better this year.
Yes. So VVIP is an all-inclusive experience. Free drinks, free food. The menu is looking nice. Just some, you know, just enjoy yourself. Be comfortable throughout the whole evening. VIP, similar setup when it comes to, you know, bar and elevated bar experience, access to specific, you know, restrooms, and then a closer viewing area. And then we have GA Plus, where you have the upper stairs. You can get a nice view. We're really just trying to create the space so hopefully logistically we can ease up when it comes to, you know, restrooms or overflow or that type of thing, but also just kind of bring it to another level so you can really have the experience and, you know, have the space to mingle and vibe. And but every area is going to be beautiful. We have a culture zone in the GA where we're doing that early Yatis hour. So that's happy hour for everybody. If you get there early, you will be rewarded. And the music is starting early, and we're going on schedule. And you know, so
5
we
p.m.,
don't
you
want
said?
you to be late. Don't be late.
5 p.m.
5 p.m.
Under that.
Yes.
The Vendors Village.
Yes.
I understand that there will be local cuisine and just about everything that you can desire. You're going to have good music, good food.
Yes.
And I believe that you'll have souvenirs there as well.
Yeah, well, so we're doing with the Rasta community to come and forward and do some vending. And yeah, you should be able to find some creative, you know, souvenirs and gifts and things. And then food options as well. And just to be comfortable and enjoy the evening.
I noticed that Leila Ike, you mentioned her name differently than I do.
Lila Ike,
Leila
yes.
Ike, she has been gaining some worldwide recognition in
Yes,
recent times.
yes.
I don't know if you can tell us a bit about her because she seemed to be the newest one on the block.
Yeah.
We have been hearing about Protege, we have been hearing about Jesse Royal, but she seemed to be
so
the newest
Lila has been coming up under Protege, right? So Protege's camp, he really, you know, builds the people around him. And Lila is one of those individuals where he takes her on tour just same way he did with Coffee. And yeah, she's blossoming into her creative side and getting into, you know, all these different areas, and they've been on tour. They just went to Japan. I know they're doing Europe for the summer. They're all very excited to come to Antigua. I'm getting messages, what's on the schedule, what's happening, and I can't be more excited to liaison them here with all the beautiful people.
Yeah, Protege has this new one out there. I think it's called in Lost Time, something. What is it called?
In Lost Time.
In the Pursuit of Lost Time, or something like that.
Yeah, and it's also Grammy nominated. So he has 2 Grammy nominated albums. Jesse was nominated for
Big
Royal.
stars we're talking about
yeah,
here, you know.
Yeah, and they've been working. It's not new, you know. While they're young, it's been a trod. I can say that, right?
Yes.
We're the same generation, and holding to the root of the mission, right? As we grow and blossom into these bigger opportunities and, you know, larger audiences and things like that. And so that's where, for our tour, it's really our intention to any artist that we bring on, that they have the opportunity to actually experience the place they're going. And we're actually doing what we're talking about regarding promoting unity. And we've been received so hospitably from Minister of Tourism, you know, the culture, and they've been supporting us in all these different ways to really provide that experience so that we can, you know, push this from now until on and on and on and on, and show the beauty of Antigua.
Okay. Would this be aired? I know from time to time you will do your recordings on the ground. Would anybody, that's the question, would anybody be allowed? Because I know at some shows you're not allowed to do your recordings and so on. They will tell you, you can't
Turn
record.
your phones on.
Turn your phones off. Yeah.
I mean, don't bootleg the show, please. But besides that, you know, capture the experience, and that's fine. Yeah, we don't have that's your phone, that's your, you know, you pay for your tickets to forward. You want to share what the experience is, that's totally fine. We will not be streaming, though. So you live and direct is the only way you're going to get it this year. So, yeah.
Speaking about paying your money, what's the cost, by the way?
So, EC, let me pull up all my things for you.
And this is inside of the dockyard itself.
Yeah, I was just about to ask, Saba, I don't know, but this show seemed to be out living its pace now. It's getting bigger and bigger each year. Soon from now, I believe we're gonna have to shift a little bit and have it somewhere else, have a different venue. Okay, so you're getting the prices, including VIP as well. I understand that GROW is going to have something special there as well, GROW Antigua Barbuda.
Yeah, well, GROW has been very supportive, and they're also very respectful of the, you know, as Antigua is working through the laws and with the Cannabis Authority to kind of make sure that it's done the right way. So they are supportive and sponsoring, but not in an official way where they're outside of their bounds when it comes to, you know, promoting the ganja in ways that's not legal, right? Medicinally. So you want to register, get a medicinal marijuana card, and then deal with it properly like that. And they're very, very clear on that. We're having all of our artists register, so they're all medically legal upon arrival, and yeah, so they're supporting us, and they're you know, doing what they can, and they've shared with us also how the government has been very gracious with them in navigating the process, and I went over to check in with the Rastas today, and they had nothing but good things to say about you. Yes, it was a blessing.
The bald-head Rasta.
What do you expect if you have a bald-head Rasta? Well, that's what he dubbed himself, eh?
Yeah.
He said he's a bald-head Rasta.
So
the prices, you have them there?
Yes,
again?
I have them here. Okay, so gate is going to be more, right? So if you can get them early, we have ambassadors out that are promoting it. You can support them by supporting yourself to buy the ticket. We're done with tier 1, which is early bird. So tier 2 GA plus is going to be $165. We have VIP tier 1 is $310. At the gate, GA is $135. If you're able to get the GA ahead of time, it is. Sorry, y'all. Oh Lord. forward?
Okay,
Okay,
yeah.
I'm pulling it up. It's all my too many messages.
I was just trying to create a little space in my schedule for Tuesday. Apparently, I have a few engagements Tuesday evening to entertain a couple of celebrities. So I'll see if I can get them there as well.
Bring them out.
You're already
Of
on the
course.
list. We already got your list from the sailing
You
week
got a list?
people. Yes.
So I understand Angela Bassett should be here as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah?
And
Cheryl and James have a picture hugging her up.
yeah, so
Is that it?
No, I haven't seen it, but so we may invite her over. And
Yes,
there's
of
another,
course.
There's another artist as well. Well, another not artist, but another movie star.
Celebrity.
Yeah. That we may bring as well.
And that's the beautiful thing about Antigua Sailing Week, right? It
Yeah.
brings such a diverse crowd, and that's where we really see the strength in Reggae in the Park, right? It's an annual, it's a staple event, which the locals are obviously here for, and we're just looking to expand it, and it's our goal to make this a destination event. So we'll work with you
Very
closely
important,
on it.
very important, yeah.
And before this year is done, we want to have packages so that not just me one that gets to, come with this show and bring the artists and work with you wonderful people, but other individuals from outside have the opportunity. Flights are available for them. We get the excursions all mapped out for them. And then Reggae in the Park is what they're coming for, and Antigua is what they get to experience.
Is there any surprise guests, or you don't want to let the cat out of the bag?
You have to forward and see.
So you're saying that the stage will be set up where behind Copper and Lumber store by the waterfront inside the dockyard.
Yes.
And that's a small space. So you might want in
probably
the
about
future.
3,000 people. We may have to go to Shirley's
I
Heights.
was thinking interpretation center, because
Yeah,
outside of
correct.
you have a stage, you
Yes.
have a lift, a landing you can use as a stage, and
Correct.
you have all that land
Correct,
around interpretation
We've
center.
been having discussions about that for some years now. I may bring your friend Alki David, Senator.
My friend?
Alki. You probably don't remember Alki.
Yes. That sounds good. But the prices you actually stalled there. But I guess
So we're talking about 50 US go.
Well,
Here we
50
go,
US.
here we go, here we
You
go.
have them.
200
Okay, you have them. Yeah.
Yes, I have them here.
Because somebody's asking. Somebody
Thank
saying
you.
I have to be at the show. One another price.
Yes. Okay. So we have GA Gate is $195. GA Plus Tier 2, which is pre-sale.
I'm taking GA to mean general admission.
GA, yes, general
Okay.
admission. And GA Plus, like you said, where there's you're gonna be able to fit everybody in there. It's just it's another level where you can see the stage a little bit more comfortably. And then we have 165 for Tier 2 GA Plus. We have VVIP is $415. Like I said, all inclusive. VVIP Gate is $460. And those are going so fast. VVIP, more than likely, is going to be booked out. We have so many special guests. We have all the wonderful people that have been working with us. We have the folks that are going to be there, VVIP. If you want to be in the VVIP, get your tickets now.
Early.
You can order them on the ticketing app and do that online. If you're having issues with anything, message us on social media. One World Tour. We also have a hotline that is 774 4477.
Okay. All right. We're looking forward to a great show.
Yes.
What would you like to tell the people of Antigua and Barbuda to come out on Tuesday night and what to expect?
Forward Tuesday night, be there early, expect a good vibe, expect the opportunity to, connect with people of a similar vibration, expect nothing but positivity, expect opportunities for yourself and for your community. Just forward, show up every day, show up to the show, be there early. We love you guys. We're thankful for everything that Antigua showed us thus far. And we're looking forward to Tuesday, and I know all the artists are as well.
Thanks for coming by. Thanks for dropping by, Saba.
Thank you, thank you,
and
thank
Maria, thank you so much for dropping by as well. All right.
Beautiful name, Maria.
I know you would say that. That's his wife's name as well.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Okay, so
That's
thank you
beautiful.
so much, and looking forward to seeing you on the night of the show.
Thank you. Appreciate
Wonderful.
you all so much.
All right.
We're looking forward to a great show. Thank you.
I live the proper way and then me read a chapter.
Hey, it's going to be big.
Monday in a city hungry and no eat. And food they don't have.
say that you heard about it right here on this radio station, 99.1 FM. We're broadcasting from the heart of the Point and Villa community. Oh, by the way, we have 4 tickets to give away. Yeah. So let's do this quickly. How am I going to do this now?
Who knows? Who knows?
Who knows?
I just go where the trade wind blows. Sending love
Okay, let me just ask you, what's the name?
I suppose. I'm pleased.
What's the name of the lady in studio with me here?
Jah provide
The one who is doing the big promotion for this big show.
sunshine, rivers and trees.
If you answer that correctly, I have a ticket for you.
When the rain pits up on the roof, herb just a steam pepper pot on the stew.
Come on, let's go.
Dream if you got gratitude.
It's time to give back to you.
Them can't stop where we do now. Information you
Hi, good evening.
Good evening, Colin.
Good evening, how are you doing?
I'm from Rural East.
Mm-hmm.
I have a grandson that is 4 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, Granny, I need to speak to the Prime Minister.
Put him on quickly.
Put him on quickly. We're having a...
He's not there. I will bring him Monday so you could see him. He's sleeping.
Okay.
No worries. No worries. Give it my best.
All right, so let's go quickly. What's the name of the young lady promoting the concert that is coming up, that big show that is coming up on Tuesday night at the Dockyard?
Reggae in the Park.
Reggae in the Park, yeah? But what's the name of the lady in studio with me here? If you can answer that correctly, then you'll get a ticket to take you to the show, yeah? It's simple as that. Man, I wish I was on the outside.
And you know, me
No, you can't be participating, Donna.
Me go outside.
Hi, good evening.
I'm sponsoring Donna's tickets.
Good evening.
Me not call for the quiz, cause the Prime Minister will get me 2 tickets, cause me an anti-man. Me not gonna buy myself.
Okay.
No worries.
Mr. PM.
Hey.
You said that the Antigua, the bank, so they make $50 million profit.
Yes, man.
And we're taking full praise for that.
Absolutely.
We have a praise the Antigua Workers Union too. Because they accept 6% over 3 years. And they want to kill the government for 26%.
That's a good point, Tani.
I tell you what, Tani, I suggest you call us back in 5 minutes so we can get the ladies the tickets on the go. Get this.
Let me tell you this.
Yeah.
You call me back on my
So
landline.
staff can get one bonus then.
461-1466. Because for calling from that day,
Oh my.
you like finding a boat.
Oh my.
Right? you can't do nothing.
It's not easy. We know. Okay.
My number is 461-1466.
Okay.
And I had to call me back. My son read the councillors in the Barbuda work for more money than the senators in Antigua.
Oh. Okay.
So call me back, please.
All right. Thank you. Okay, so we continue. Okay, so tell us the name of the lady in studio with us here who is promoting Reggae in the Park. 562-3989. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Saba and Maria.
Relax, one. You got a ticket here, you know. You have been listening intently, keenly. Huh? Okay, so you just won yourself.
Is that Roxanne?
Is this Roxanne?
No.
Oh, because
Okay, we have
to go outside to get that ticket too.
We have 2 tickets for you. 2 of them. All right. So what's your name?
Tanisha Jeffrey.
What's the first name?
Tanisha Jeffrey.
You? From the Housewives of Point FM?
Yes.
I don't think you qualify, you know.
Why not?
You're too regular. You have been listening all the time. You're always on the show. Okay. I tell you what. We'll give the 2 tickets to you, Tanisha Jeffrey, from the Housewives of Point FM. So you have yourself 2 tickets here. Okay?
Thanks.
All right. Wonderful. We can do this quickly again. Let's try another one. Saba, help me out. What question should I ask them? What's the name of the promotion company that she is working with? Yeah, that's a little bit more difficult. Anybody who answers that will get 2 more tickets, right? And then we can close off there. 4 tickets, right? Wonderful. So let's go. Not even Donna can answer that one. No, please don't. So tell us, what's the name of the company that she is associated with, and she's promoting this big show that is coming up on Tuesday? Let's take another call. Hi. Good evening. You're live.
Yeah, one world nation. One world.
One word.
Outside.
Banner. Let's not have a ticket, boy.
Outside.
Should we give it to him?
I mean.
No.
Why not? Why not?
I don't think you have it totally correct, you know. One, repeat it again.
We'll give him half a ticket then.
By one world, man. Right there, one.
We'll give you one.
We'll give you one. We'll give you
Alright,
one
no
ticket.
problem.
We'll give you one because you said one world nation, but it's one world tour. I think he has
One
one
world
nation
tour,
in
yeah.
his mind still. So one world tour.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll give you that one. Okay. And of course, there is Radiance Productions and
How we get contact?
You can come on down and ask the secretary here for your ticket.
When?
Go again,
When?
Saba.
Tomorrow.
Have him call the radio station, and we'll take down your email address, and then you'll receive it.
Oh,
Pardon me?
And what if he doesn't have an email address?
Do you have an email address we could use? Send you the tickets?
Tell him, sharp me out, no, man.
Okay. I guess I'll have to give you.
No, we'll get you physical tickets.
Okay,
We just
that
want you to
makes
be there
sense.
early. We don't
But
want
do
you
you have
to
the
sit.
tickets here now?
We'll get them to you.
Okay, so you'll get them to the secretary here. She was just in here just now.
Okay, we'll
And
coordinate it. We'll
okay,
coordinate
so you'll give us your name. You can't tell us partner now, you know.
So my name now?
Yes, I want your name now.
Ozzy Abbott.
Ozzy Abbott. That I know. Just wanted you to state it so that it's clear. Ozzy Abbott. All right, so we have that one. All right,
Ozzy,
thank
we
you so
got
much.
ya.
Outside. Okay. All right, so we have one more to give away. All right. This is what? This is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
No, the sixth.
No.
The sixth,
The
because Ozzy
sixth.
just got one.
Yeah, but what I'm looking at which show is this? The number what show? I know that we have had.
I believe it's the 12th.
You're giving out the
Give
answer?
the answer.
Yeah.
They're giving away the answer now.
Okay, but you said you were in collaboration with another entity.
Let's make it simple. What's the name of the 3 big stars who are going to be performing on Tuesday night at Reggae in the Park? How does that sound? All right, so let's take a call here. Hi, good evening. What's the name of the 3 big stars, reggae stars, who are going to be performing on the night of the show at Reggae in the Park? Go ahead, you're live.
You have call back unless somebody use the one.
All right, Bubla, let's go to another caller. Hi. Okay, so we lost that one. I wonder if anybody here, somebody answered and said Saba here. Saba. The person promoting the show, Saba. All right, so we're asking now the names of the 3 big artists who will be performing on Tuesday night at Reggae in the Park. Yeah, somebody's here. Hi, good evening, you're live.
Hello, good night.
Good night.
Yeah, it's Lila Ike,
Mm-hmm.
Protege,
Mm-hmm.
and Jesse Royal.
There you go. Yes. So you'll have to come on down to Point FM, I believe, on Monday. Monday's a holiday.
What the station going to be open?
What we can
Yeah,
do
it's-
is
somebody
we'll
has
have
to be
these
here.
tickets for them at the gate. And
At the
we'll
gate.
call by their names.
Okay, so give us your name. We have Ozzy Abbott. And what's your name, sir?
Tanisha Jeffrey.
Keith Yearwood.
Keith Yearwood. Hey, Keith, how are you doing?
I'm good, and you?
I'm doing fine as well. All right, and thanks for participating. So we have tickets for Tanisha Jeffrey, Keith Yearwood. Tanisha gets 2. Keith Yearwood and Ozzy Abbott.
Yes.
All right, so that's it.
Those
Thank you so
names,
much,
we got
Saba.
you. Yeah.
Thank you, Keith. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
thank you.
All right, thank you, Saba. Thank you, Maria. Thank you so much for joining us here at 99.1 FM, and we're looking forward to big things happening right there at Reggae in the Park on Tuesday night, starting from 5 p.m.
5 p.m.
Under that,
5 to 7 happy hour. Be there.
be there. Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you.
I just go where the trade wind blows, sending love to my friends and foes. And I suppose I'm pleased to be chilling in the West Indies. Jah provide all my wants and needs. I got the sunshine, rivers and trees, green leaves. Wait, When me see Jah, me see a way. Drastically straight from hypocrisy, I say, hey. Every man to them own a philosophy.
You're listening
I
to
live the proper way and then me read a
99.1
chapter
Point
daily.
FM.
Man, they in a city
This is
hungry and
Point
no eat.
FM,
And food they down a country just a
99.1.
drop off of the tree there.
You're listening to 99.1 FM. It's now, 18 minutes before 8 o'clock. We're going to say goodbye to you at the top of the hour. My name is Colin O'Neill, and you're still into the Brown on Brown show in a different way, of course. We had our guests here, and of course, it's going to be a big, big show come Tuesday. So make sure that you're a part of it, all right? Let's go now. Tani's here waiting on us. Good evening.
Make sure I get my tooth fit, man. I'm going to leave myself alone. And me tonight. So, the Prime Minister, Barbuda, cannot continue to function the way it is functioning with the people of Antigua hard-earned money. Hard-earned money. If you can tell me what Barbudans do over there to generate the money that pay them, I'm prepared to stop saying what I'm saying. You just sign an agreement for to get $9 million broad US dollars to turn Barbuda in a place that is green. I don't know how a place come green, but I'm sure that in the 2 cents of something.
If you have what, PM?
How long is spending? Half hour.
I didn't get that.
20 minutes more. 20 minutes.
20 more minutes.
20 more minutes you have?
Okay.
So how much more minutes do I have?
No. We were just actually talking to the guests who were here just now. Sorry about that. My microphone was open. Sorry.
The chairman of council is Mackenzie Frank. And the deputy chairman is Devon Warner. And Colin, if you go to your Barbuda estimate, you will see the Barbuda council position. Chairman of council, $66,000 broad dollar note.
What? Wow. What?
Deputy chairman of council, $58,560. So between the boy Mackenzie Frank and Devon Warner, you had 66,000, 58,000, and they make that every year.
Wow.
From the Barbuda Council. That has nothing to do if Mackenzie Frank is a senator over here. It has nothing to do with that. And he has nothing to do with the committees that he serves and in council. They get more money than the senators in Antigua. They make them own price. And they have 9 members. The council is made up of 11 people. 9 plus 2. And the 2 other, I think, is Walker, because he's elected, and the Barbuda council senator. Right? And the 9, Dana, make sure you have paper and pen, you know. The 9 members that leave get $377,280 among them every year.
Wow.
Right? That is nearly $4,000.
Repeat that figure again. 377.
Repeat until
377,280, you said?
377,280, and I'm reading from the last budget, the Barbuda Council budget. Yes. So when you have 9 members and divide 9 into 3, you see how much money they get a year time. And that has nothing to do with work they do for the council otherwise. The senators, and they don't pay water, electricity, and our telephone. And then we're going to give them everything green soon. We have to decide. Let me tell you this. You know what Barbuda do? Barbuda cry to the world, so we advantage them. Oh, we treat them like this and that. So then, when them do as they like, the whole world sorry for them. Mr. Here is the Lord. Mr. Prime Minister?
Yes, sir, Danny.
Let me tell you what I want you to do.
Go right ahead.
There are international organizations like the UN. And they will audit their books for you. And I want when you sending them to do the audit because they can't say the IMF and them other organizations not independent. And if you don't want to go to the country, you can ask the Caribbean Development Bank that they're getting $9 million note from to audit the books because you cannot continue to go and get money for an organization that do not want to account. And we're going to ask if we free them and they do not make no contribution to their own livelihood.
None.
How come I don't want to say so? How come? You must tell Trevor, so Trevor keep crying. And every time you cry, you get money. He is chairman of the finance committee and council.
And let me ask you, you know how much sand does disappear? That is selling the money in the regional council?
Sand disappear, thief this house, and disappear.
We're not going look. We're not going to entertain. No. No, I just want you to be very careful.
Antigua. That give them $7 or $8 million every year. Can't buy one load of sand from them. How can that be right? Afraid them. And me in this freight business now. Me in this freight business. Because you don't tell me you're not in charge of ashes.
Indeed.
You don't tell me that.
True.
No, did you get the soft now, you know?
No, man. The fire's still there, man. The fire's still there.
You can give Maria the Bible and you put you down the stage in the back of the water. Let me tell you, we cannot be afraid. Here is a union. Donna, that is saying that the government broke. And the bank make $50 million. And they went into negotiation with the bank that making $50 million. Sign an agreement for 6% with the bank. 6%. Over 3 years, an average of 2%. 2%, I pay the others call them on time, you know? Every year. And then they want to tell the Brock government to pay them 20-something%.
Can you imagine that? In fact, one of them now asking for 35%.
All right, let me tell you this. But even so you have to walk out them now, right for them. Right? Now, Mr. PM, I'm going to make an appeal on your mother's heart. I remember a time I went to VC Barrett House. And when I reached there, he came in almost in tears. He said, I'm calling from Public Works. And they said to him, Mr. Prime Minister, we just got your permanent secretary, a thief galvanized. That's the way he tell me. I'm a politician papa. VC Bird say, he sent a letter to the permanent secretary, unbeknown to them, and retire him in the
public interest.
In the public interest, because he said from the time the man left school, the man went in the service to work. In a condone thief in Islam. That's the way he tell me, he said, look, that's the last thing I'm doing. But I could not, in all honesty, having worked with that man, dismiss him when he about the picnic them. Still I go smoke school. So I retired the man. Me fast forward this year. Me hear over the radio. People went on the radio talking about that 3 poor and ordinary workers at Thief Diesel, at CBH. Up to today, Mr. Prime Minister, there is nothing that put in place to stop the stealing. Because the people of them that in charge of do all the talking, they put nothing in place. Mr. PM, when I went ABS, I nearly meant something like that. Me go to the board and me say, look, let me give every driver one sheet of paper for walk with every day. When they left, you check the mileage. When they come back, you check the mileage. And they will understand they're being monitored.
Indeed.
They don't do that now. If you have, you know what I said, Donna, send me. I go spray every night. And they give me $10, 10 gallons of the gas tonight. And rain come. You give me the same 10 gallons tomorrow? And you can't have the same spirit for work every night with 10 gallons. 10 gallons. You encourage people to thief. It is a bad management practice. And you will tell me, Jack, one man worked 36 years. A man worked 36 years. And you get turn away. At 63 Mr. PM. Not even Wednesdays he can go and get work. I am not condoning thieviness now. I will make a end of that. But
You're
I'm
asking
sure,
for compassion.
I'm sure every day we meet people like that and they're still in the service. Mr. PM, I would take it very hard to know that people may say, them go do
But Tani, were they dismissed? I mean, I know they got caught.
call police and the people them.
Yeah, but were they dismissed?
They're dismissed yet.
Precisely.
Well,
So you're asking for mercy. You're asking
let me
for
tell you
compassion.
this. Donna, you do business.
She stepped out.
Well, you intel. I got a list from CBH. They were cleaning out up by North Zone because people were dumping there indiscriminately or discriminately, whichever one. And they paid one truckman 27 loads of $900 in an 8-hour day. From up there to the dump. Now, nobody ever tell you, Mr. PM, that is impossible for him to do it. Because you take 45 minutes go down, and 45 minutes come up, and you have a load. He could not make it. He can't do more than 6 trips a day. When I called in the management and said, look, I have a couple to radio this now, but I have a remedy this. And them, they should have get turned off for that. But all of them retired and living and having plenty chat on radio and from Bookface. Right? Let me tell you this. You have to have management with a heart. Right? When you're dealing with everybody. And the big people, them get a bit too much sudden. And please, Mr. PM, you know, I condone thieviness. Yes. But some of the heads of the department that make them draconian things early and bright, them the wash around. A lady called me and carry me. They bend down. And they were selling goods from bend down that then take her out the shop. So them expired. How the people don't get them? How the people don't get them? When police pick up marijuana and stack them and then go burn them. Who burn the goods to them? Let me tell you, just tell them, somebody talk to the people them and just send them from pension now. Give them a month suspension, which is the maximum, please. Colin, man, how the people them be now? Colin, I don't know them. Maybe I know them. But I can't say that. But me just
make up your mind. You say maybe you know them, but you don't know them. You confused me there just now.
No, in other words, I just didn't name me here.
Okay.
So I can't put...
So you hear the name, but you don't know them.
You know who?
Okay.
So maybe I know them. You know what I mean? But just that I can't put the face to it.
All right.
Me beg, Jack. Me beg, please, please, please. Something should be done. Send them home for a month. And tell the police, and them a set trap. How much you set trap? Look, when me just work in a Colin, and boss tell me, look, the fellow over there, catchy. Me go and tell the boss, me go and tell the fellow, now look, them a watch your tap, do you do? He find workers and now, We know them and watch people and use them for watch them, and then they're going to tell how them something happening in this world here. Mr. PM, you do a wonderful job still, you know.
Thanks, my dear
You're
comrade.
doing a one. I mean, nobody tell you nothing. You do a wonderful job,
Thank you.
right? And I said on the radio that the people them that carry the people them that I think it could kill them off. We are going to know who them be. 4 of them, 5 of them run away the other day. One of them still loose. He was part of the UPP campaign in the last election. I'm not saying that the UPP was part of the send them from the boat. But he's Spanish and he was part of it. And when them get catch down there, they say, no, my brother. My brother gone back to San Domingo. I want to make it clear. I'm not saying that the UPP was part of that. Whatever I mean, but they're from the UPP campaign team. You get the name of them, and me fight with UPP for the family day. Because if you come from North Grove, you're in North Grove, then lock off a road in the North Grove. So nobody could have public road for since people are banned. And me and Ball in our mouth, lock off the road. And nobody tired could have drive today again. And they say we end up with, they used to fight dog and cock up there. Them burn down the fight, the cock place down and go home. Don't take no blame for them things, Mr. PM. Mr. PM, not take no blame for that Sunday.
Yeah, definitely not.
Do not take no blame for that Sunday. Before time on the UPP and in Antigua, man used to go in a wheel well. And when they were to carry them, the stiff like ice, stiff to dead.
True.
Man used to left you in a container and go away. Them things that happen before you born. And who then get blamed for that? Who then? There was a battle in St. Kitts, calling them not so old. When they had the insurrection down there with Anguilla, remember? Remember one boat disappeared with the fellow Herbert. You remember Herbert? Part of the activists and so. Right? And you see that place up there, the Kansas Center, Mr. PM. Baldwin Spencer bring a man named Porter.
Yeah, Dr. Porter, yeah.
And from Canada. And say, yeah, more money than Stanford. And then catch any wife, they find him a thief. A thief way.
In jail now, right? He was extradited.
And put them in a plane and carry them and he thief 15 million brand US dollar any wife from a hospital in Canada. Who them they talk about? And Baldwin Spencer come with this man, operate the man around place like Miss Carnival. And now the sun fade out, we don't have a better day.
Johnny.
It was a PM that afraid them, you know.
And is it the issue of human trafficking? Now, when that issue was raised with us by certain U.S. officials, as I said before on a previous program, there are 2 individuals they're looking at. And one of them was a UPP candidate operating a brothel.
Hello. You didn't even want to say that because maybe they didn't even know. Right? Me didn't really want to say them no. A few people in the UPP that would do anything. Few people. Right? I have some 1 or 2 good ones. You have to look good for see them. You have to look good for see them. But Mr. PM, you don't blow for that. You hear? Because them things that happen before you ban.
True.
Right? Them things happen equally before you ban. When man may want to blackmail VC and call and say recreate VC, but tell them he will go back to the poll. They will not blackmail him. So you know, man, blackmailing of your government now either. Me said so. You never say so now. But me say so. No man, blackmail him, right, brother. Fight hard. History. History will make people know the kind of man Gaston Brown be.
Thanks.
You saved the banking sector.
You hear Hillary Beckles last week, you heard him.
You invest on help in the banking sector. All of them nowadays make profit, right? You get $4 billion. $4 billion you get the other day.
By the way, US, you know.
Of course, they can't talk about the money.
Nobody saying nothing about it now.
Hillary Beckles said the university is the best thing ever happened in this country.
Absolutely, absolutely.
You remember Walker had said that we sent people over there for vote. And he was frightened. And now the vote done. You look as if anybody part in the list.
Exactly.
But you see, that went out. That gone out there. And you know, when you come to democracy and that kind of things, the world hold on from that.
Oh, yeah.
Me and my friend in a Grace farm. They lock up in England. See that? You remember the two people from Ireland that they killed in the hotel over there?
Yeah.
He had given them the right the day before. And they had to go England the next day. And then lock you up in England and bring you back home now. Have him on book face. You know how long the matter finish? And police write them. And everybody write them. And you know that's still on book face. So when you hear a man tarnish your country, when you hear them knock about, it don't come off. And them people here, and let me tell you this.
In fact, Tani, just to share some stats here with you. The increase in total registration in Barbuda after a 5-year period only increased by 10%. It was the lowest. It was the lowest of all the constituencies. So you can see there was no padding.
But you allow that conversation to continue because it is in his own selfish interests. And
so you know, this is also saying too that the Antiguans who are living over in Barbuda that they remain registered in Antigua, they didn't transfer.
And let me tell you this: you remember when you said that you allow people, you then move around the body and they make it nice.
Correct.
You know, you're going to tell the people in Barbuda over there for 6 months to register from Antigua to register over there.
Precisely.
And that's why I'm going to talk about you now. But them so acquired like them. No. Remember, I thought allow the people that are painters to vote by Jonas. This year, he said he want them back on the constituency. No, but I'm telling you, so east sides allow them things to go on. It is nothing, that is nothing. Some people that ban a party.
All I say, Tani, that couldn't account for an additional 1,600 votes.
Who?
It could not account for an additional 1,600 registrants if that was the case.
Okay.
I just want to put in that caveat.
I mean, when I'm caveat,
okay.
All right, Tani.
Yeah, but I'm afraid I'm send
Not at all.
to you.
Not at all.
There's a PM send note to you.
When?
Well, you can find me yet.
You can find me yet. No worries. Okay.
I mean, I'll tell that precisely where you do.
No worries. No worries. Okay.
But I'm afraid them.
All right, comrade.
And me and you will fight them.
Indeed.
I count for 9 years. But for 10 years.
But that's the other thing, you know. You all recognize we don't got 9 years in government yet.
True.
Okay,
it's
then.
June
okay.
June
Right.
14th or 13th. We'll make 9 years.
Did you hear Colin Derrick's response to this whole thing about you padding and
I was told about it.
And then you hear Anne Henry's new presentation on good governance.
Why you clear your throat before you...
Because
I didn't hear a thing.
You should.
Confounded liar them be and contradict themselves. She came with some expose about how one hand, Antigua is such a bad place and such a place where some people can get opportunities and on. Then in the next sentence, she says there's free education and free health care. And you should go back and listen to last week's Big Issues.
I don't know.
If you have the time for that.
And it's somebody who ordinarily have respect for, but I don't know what's going on with her.
Well, he's a new PP supporter.
Yeah, no, but I mean, don't undermine integrity. What, after 3 terms, you become reckless?
Gentlemen and lady, it's time for us to go. I want to thank you so much, Mr. Prime Minister. Thank you so much. I know that you're not going to be here next week. Saturday, that means I'll have to get somebody in here. But the following Saturday, I'm sure, God spare life, we're going to be meeting in studio again. It's a pleasure being in your company and to be sitting and discussing all these various topics, of course. I want to say thanks to Lamin, who left prematurely. And also, Don, I want to thank you as well. I want to say thanks to Saba and Maria, and also to our technician on board, that's Sherwin, aka the Planet Man Jupiter, and to all the listeners out there in Radioland, especially those of you following us through Natural Radio. We thank you so much for listening. And for those of you on Facebook, including the housewives of Point FM, we look forward to this every Saturday, every day of the week with the various shows here at 99.1 FM. And we say thanks from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Again, enjoy what's left of the weekend. And do remember, tomorrow, for those of you who are coming out to the church service at the Bowlands Pentecostal Church, it begins at 9 a.m. Yeah, 9 a.m. Make sure that you're there. And then later in the evening is the big Labour Party Queen show. And then on Monday, we celebrate Labor Day. We go down to the VC Bird bus at 9 a.m. And after that, we wind our way up Market Street onto 46 North Street. And then we go down to Fort James to celebrate. A big star will be performing there as well, among several stars. So make sure that you're locked and tuned to this radio station. Coming up next is Blinds with a number of various types of music right here on 99.1 FM. My name is Colin O'Neill. Do enjoy what's left of your Saturday evening, what promises to be a fantastic evening going into an extended weekend. Thank you for listening. Take care. God bless. And of course, we'll see you on the radio. I'll be here on Tuesday. Take care. God bless and good night.
Now in comes the musical thing from the king's offspring, Jesse.
Some people you right, and them still choose to show you hate. Run them out of your yard. From them I play bad girl, I them a backbiters. Hypocritical, two-sideless. We call them modern day Judas. The spreaders of rumors. Oh, them a backbiters. Hypocritical, two-sideless. We call them modern day Judas. Spreaders of rumors.